as subrogee of Ryan Pouncey, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim claimant, Sonborn Ballo, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 1, Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Porfiria Martinez v. Sergio Frias et al., Tulare County Superior Court case number VCU 299037. Item 4, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 3 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiffs. Item 5, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 4 cases. Item 6, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Title City Manager. And number 7, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Title City Attorney. Staff's report.
Thank you. It is 5:31. We will now go into closed session. It is 6:37. We will reconvene open session and report on reportable action taken in closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On item A2, claim by Sambun Balu, and a motion by Councilmember Wyrock, seconded by Councilmember Meister, and a 5-0 vote. That claim was rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. I will invite you to please join and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilmember Greg Meister, and to remain standing, please, for an invocation or moment of silence.
Salute. Pledge.
Is there anyone that would like to come and do the invocation? Please, go ahead.
We thank you, precious Father, for this time and the decisions that are being made here today. I ask that you be with all the people gathered here and protect us and guide us in all that we do and all that we say. Protect our Porterville and help us to do those things that are right and good for our city, that we can move forward. Protect our military and protect our leaders. And these we give thanks and praise always. Amen.
Amen. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? You may be seated. We will now go into the Employee Service Awards, and we will begin with the 5-year. Council member? Is Darrell Locke here?
Yeah, I didn't see him.
Please come
Oh, there he is.
forward.
Yeah, he's hiding. All right. This is Darrell Locke. Corporal Darrell Locke was raised in the city of Porterville. As a child, he attended Porterville schools such as Burton Elementary, Burton Junior High, and Wenatchee High School, where he graduated in 1997. His law enforcement journey began when he sponsored himself through the Tulare and Kings County Police Academy in 2007. Finishing within the top 5 of his class, Corporal Darrell Locke started his law enforcement career with the city of Farmersville. He was a field training officer and a canine handler and served with the city of Farmersville until 2018. In May of 2018, he transferred as a lateral to the city of Porterville Police Department. Corporal Locke was assigned to the Patrol Division as a corporal since November of 2022, and has held several different titles and positions for the Porterville Police Department. These include field training officer, canine handler, detective in the General Investigations Unit, SWAT team member, divisionary device instructor, and a range instructor. During his free time, Darrell enjoys spending time with his family, working on cars, and riding his motorcycle. Darrell lives in the Porterville area and has 3 children, Alec, Kiara, and Elijah. Congratulations to Darrell and his family for all his accomplishments. Thank you for your continued service to the city of Porterville, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Is this on?
Would you like to introduce your family?
Oh, it's just me. Speech. Is it on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I've enjoyed the last 5 years working with the city of Porterville. As a great admin and great support through all of the department, the councils, and the citizens. I appreciate it. Look forward to the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the 15-year. Is Carlos Ochoa here? Please.
Carlos Ochoa. Sergeant Carlos Ochoa was raised in Porterville, and he has lived in the city his entire life. As a child, he attended Porterville schools such as West Putnam Elementary, Pioneer Middle School, and Wenatchee High School. His law enforcement journey began when he joined the Porterville Police Department Explorer Program in the beginning of 2008 at 17 years of age. He graduated from Wenatchee High School in June of 2008, and 10 days later, he began his position as a community service officer. In May of 2011, he transitioned to the position of police trainee and attended the Basic Post Academy. Upon graduating the academy in March 2012, he was hired as a police officer. During his time as a police officer with the department, Officer Ochoa has held several different titles and positions. These include DUI Enforcement Officer, Traffic Officer, member of the Major Accident Investigation Team, Detective in the Special Investigations Unit, Field Training Officer, Police Corporal. In November of 2022, Mr. Ochoa was promoted to the rank of Police Sergeant. Sergeant Ochoa is currently assigned to the Patrol Division working weekend night shift. During his free time, Carlos enjoys spending time with his family and drawing. Carlos lives in the Porterville area and has 3 children, Naya, 13, Audrey, 10, and Tate, 1. Congratulations to Carlos and his family for this accomplishment. Thank you for your continuous service to the city of Porterville, and congratulations.
I do want to, I'm not really big on speeches or anything. I do want to introduce my family. I have my mother and father here. I have my 2 sisters and their husband, my niece and nephew, and my brother. I want to thank all the officers and the admin that are here, Philip, and I especially want to thank my entire crew. They came to show some support, even though I told my hey, it's okay, it's a day off. They still wanted to come anyway, so. I really appreciate them being here for me. It's been an honor serving the citizens of Porterville for the past 15, and I'm looking forward to the next 15. So thank you guys.
Thank you very much. Chief Costello. He doesn't like to have attention drawn to him. It is an honor, Chief Costello. I mean, 20 years of city service. That says a lot. Chief Costello has worked in public safety for over 27 years. Chief Costello started his law enforcement career when he was hired by the Wood Lake Police Department. There he worked as a patrol officer, K-9 handler, and as a narcotic detective. In 1998, he went to go work for the Tulare County Sheriff's Office as a deputy sheriff. There he worked as a K-9 handler, SWAT deputy assigned to the Porterville Sheriff's Substation. In April of 2003, Chief Costello was hired by the Porterville Police Department. He served in the capacity of a field training officer, K-9 handler, officer in charge, and special weapons and tactics SWAT operator. In 2004, Chief Costello was promoted to the rank of sergeant and worked as a patrol sergeant, detective sergeant, SWAT team leader, K-9 sergeant, hostage negotiations team sergeant, and administrative sergeant assigned to the office of the chief. In February of 2012, Chief Costello was promoted to the rank of police lieutenant, assigned to both the Patrol Division and Investigation Services Division. In December of 2014, Chief Costello was assigned as the acting captain of the patrol division, and in March of 2015, he was promoted to the rank of police captain, assigned as the patrol captain. In March of 2017, Chief Costello was reassigned as the captain managing the department's Investigation Services Division. As the Investigation Services captain, he had command of the Violent Crimes Detectives, Property Detectives, Special Investigations Unit, Gang Unit, Narcotics Unit, Auto Theft Investigator, Evidence Unit, Communications Center, Records Unit, and Animal Control Unit. Also, in 2017, Chief Costello attended the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia. In July of 2021, Chief Costello was appointed as the Chief of Police. Jake is proudly married to his wife, Shawnee Costello, and they reside in the city of Porterville. Jake and Shawnee are the proud parents of their 24-year-old daughter, Megan, who was also an educator for the Porterville Unified School District. Thank you for your continuous service to the city of Porterville, and congratulations.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I didn't write that bio, by the way. The captain did, and they're going to be a lot shorter next time. Unless I get to do his. First of all, I'd just like to say it's an honor to have worked for the city for the last couple decades. Thank the council for their support of the police department, Mr. Lawless and city staff for their support of the police department. We can sure feel it across the street with that we have that support. But this certificate of appreciation, this service award, actually should go to my wife. Because she's the one that's had to put up with all the late night call outs, the calls over the last 20 years, the SWAT deployments, the phone calls now. If anything ever happens to me, she could be the next chief of police, because I think she knows everything that's going on. She watches all the council meetings on YouTube, so she's very aware of the city business. So if something happens to me, that's probably the next one you should do. So again, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lawless, for your support in me as the chief of police, and council for their support of the police department, and everybody, all the staff back there. They're the ones that should be appreciated. So thank you.
Will everyone in public safety please stand? We applaud you. Thank you for everything that you do. I'm excited about the next presentation. I would love to see the Porterville Hurricanes please come forward. Riley Medina, Reagan Hildreth, Samantha Dolan, and Hayden Cardoza. Last Saturday, on July the 15th, the Porterville Hurricanes was one of two Porterville teams competing at the Central Valley Recreational Swim League Finals this year that was held in Tulare. Not only did the Porterville Hurricanes in the age group 13-14 relay team win gold in both of their relays, they broke the all-time Valley record in the 200-yard medley relay event. with Riley Medina swimming backstroke, Reagan Hildreth swimming the breaststroke, Samantha Dolan swimming butterfly, and Hayden Cardoza swimming freestyle. Their time of 1 minute 56.40 seconds beat the previous record of 1 minute 59.34 set by the Visalia Waves in 2019 by almost 3 seconds. This is a true lesson that hard work and dedication pays off. Congratulations from the City Council on this outstanding achievement and in representing our city of Porterville so well. Council members, please deliver the certificates. Bring them forward. Bring them forward, please. I'm going to ask, the team to please stay there. Just please stay there. Council can come back. And the reason I'm asking the team to stay there because the next person I'd like to recognize is Reagan Hildreth for the 50-yard breaststroke. And this is her team. They encourage each other, okay? Also, at the Central Valley Recreational Swim League Finals, held Saturday, Porterville Hurricane Reagan Hildreth broke a 28-year-old Valley record in the 13-14 age group 50-yard breaststroke event. Her time of 30.3 seconds beat the previous record of 31.67 seconds set in 1995 by over a second and a half. This is not Reagan's first Valley record. Also, she currently holds 2 11-12 age group records in 50-yard breaststroke and 100-yard individual medley. Congratulations from the Porterville City Council on this outstanding achievement and in representing the city of Porterville so well.
I just think we should really thank all the volunteers and coaches that we help us to get to that record. So I want to shout out my coach Dylan Wiggins for helping us get better at our strokes and everything we do, and Trevor for supporting our team and cheering us on, and my family, my dad and my mom and my sister and everyone that just give us support, all their families, because they get us there to practice and the meets and everything. So I just want to thank all our supporters and volunteers and everything.
Thank you very much. That's nice. And we do not have a presentation this evening, so we will now move on into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearings at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentaries shall be limited to 3 minutes. You will be asked to state your name and address for the record. I will continue to emphasize that the 3-minute per speaker time period will be adhered to so that City Council in an orderly fashion can proceed with its decision-making responsibilities this evening. Is there anyone that would like to come forth under oral communications? Please do so.
I have handouts for all of you. I'm here to basically,
Please state your name and address, and you can bring the mic down.
Jane Dignam, 33102 Success Valley Drive. And I'm here to bring to your attention the lack of handicap parking, and mainly on Main Street, other places throughout Porterville, but mainly on Main Street. I have a van that has a ramp, and there's absolutely no place safe in order to release the ramp to take out the wheelchair. There's no van accessibility parking. We tried to go to the vault the other day, and there was no place to park, and I drove around and around and around, and finally I just went home. I have found one van accessible parking close to Don Vino's. There are side street parking. I was also told that I could park in the back, but there's actually no handicap parking. For a van, the only parking in Porterville is on the side street, and the handicapped person has to get out into the street. And I have blocked traffic before when he's had to go to therapy on Main Street. It is a real problem in Porterville. The side parkings are fine. I think there's 2, but there's nothing for vans. And I hope that you will look into this throughout Porterville. It is a need, and it is an issue, and many people have spoken to me that they have had problems parking, mainly on Main Street, and can't even go to the park because there's not accessible parking. So I hope that you'll hear my plea and take it into consideration. Did you have any questions of me?
This is just oral communications. We can't comment. Leave your contact information with staff.
Okay,
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Fleischman and my husband Troy Fleischman. We reside at 1352 Cottage Circle here in Porterville. And I'm also, as you can tell, but I'm also joining with Ms. Dignam to speak on behalf of the handicap in our town. My husband has been handicapped for many, many years. However, in December of 2021, he had a stroke, leaving him completely wheelchair bound. We also have a wheelchair accessible van, which is a great blessing, except when it's not, except when we can't go to restaurants or go shopping or go to doctor's appointments because there is a lack of accessible parking spots. I have a list, I can share a list of places that we have tried to go to in town where we've had to hike uphill, literally, in order to get to an establishment. Yes, there are parking spots behind our downtown area. They're uneven, they're unsafe. I often don't feel like I can get the wheelchair ramp down. In fact, there's a spot right here, a lovely spot right here on this side street. I tried to pull into it today. I lowered my ramp and I can't get my husband out because there's a sidewalk there. So there's a huge need. And Ms. Dignam and I, we've talked about it many times. You don't know until you know. And I don't wish people to have to know for anything. But it's a significant need. The Pizza Factory parking lot is an issue. I've spoken to the owners there. Their hands are tied due to their landlords. El Tapatio has one handicap spot. What was my other place? Oh, our library has no handicap spot except for on the far south side of the parking lot. It's something that has to be addressed. I would invite you, I'll leave my contact information. I'd invite you, we'd love to drive around town. If you'd like to join us for a drive around to kind of experience what we go through as far as, landing at the Pearson Lab, trying to get my husband out into that parking lot. His wheelchairs get stuck. I'm telling you, I've got a list, and the list continues and continues. We both want to be agents of change and to support and to make possibly some changes for our city, for other people who might find themselves needing a van accessible parking spot. Thank you so much for your time tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you, and please do leave your contact information with staff.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Larry Ann Torres, 2012 East Waddell Street in Lindsay, California. But tonight I am a Porterville Chamber Board member, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the Chamber to provide a few updates and invitations. We have welcomed 3 new business members to the Chamber: Bristol Hospice, LLC, Helping One Person Everywhere Incorporated, Sequoia Christian Academy. We would like to invite everyone to join us for the following upcoming events: Lunch and Learn, Cybersecurity Virus and Protection Workshop, sponsored by Oasis on July 25th at 12:00 p.m. This will be a virtual workshop, and you can register online at portervillechamber.org. The First Friday Coffee will be on August 4th at 7 a.m. at the Galaxy Theater and is sponsored by Bristol Hospice. On August 10th at 11 a.m., we will be having a ribbon cutting for Mark Sidley Auto Group at 777 West Olive Avenue, and we hope that you can join us for those events. Also, the 5-week Junior CEO Pilot Program with Burton School District that Taha reported on at your last City Council meeting concluded, and a Junior CEO Showcase was held last Friday. There were 10 students who participated with a total of 6 businesses. Each student received $200 in startup cost via a mock forgivable loan. On Showcase Day, they generated over $1,500 in profit that they can use to reinvest back into their business or save for something else. Students got a true look at running a business. While learning about product cost models, we heard a lot of being a business owner is hard, and that's one of the things they said. However, every student who participated in the showcase was able to see their hard work come to fruition. Thank you to Jason, Claudia, Alita for meeting with us to chat more about the program. Alita also helped with content creation to introduce young entrepreneurs to the city, and a press release will be coming out soon. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward?
Fernando. Brock Neely, address on record. Before you are statistics, peer-reviewed studies, and voter registration data for the city of Porterville. The front sheet is the offensive Facebook post from July 1st, posted by City Council member Meister. These types of public pronouncements on social media are a catalyst that perpetuates the high number of suicides and attempted suicides in the LGBT community, especially with LGBT youth. The next document is the most current estimate of adult youth LGBT numbers and the population, as well as the estimates of transgender population in the country. Following that is the Trevor Project 2022 National Survey on LGBT Youth Mental Health, followed by a peer-reviewed study, Suicide Risk Factors Among LGBT Youth Review. The following one is a study project brief from the Trevor Project, how accepting adults reduce suicide attempts among LGBT youth. Next is the voter registration statistics for the county overall, Porterville registration, the self-identified LGBTQ voters in Porterville, followed by the census Bureau of 2021 American Family Survey household characteristics of opposite and same-sex couple households. You will notice that the citywide, we have 405 self-identified LGBTQ voters, which 101 reside in District 2. Overall registration for District 2 is a majority of Democrat, with 1,872 Democrats, 1,841 Republicans, 1,998 no-party preference voters, and 480 registered on all the other parties. At the previous meeting, I asked the council to have an item pulled from the consent calendar for further discussion due to the insurance certificate that did nothing to hold the city harmless from liability. It was implied by Ed McCurvey that I was asking to have this item pulled due to it being a function of a religious nature, which is very false assumption on his part, as my actions historically at this podium have had the best interests of the city front and center. Finally, all of you council members have to remember that you are elected to serve all the constituents in your districts, as well as the city as a whole. You are elected in a nonpartisan election in which your seat is not a Republican, Democrat, Green, Libertarian, or any other party seat, nor is it a Christian seat. The First Amendment not only protects the free expression of religion, it also protects us from the tyranny of any religion in governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Is there anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to the reports. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. I'm just going to ask a question. Did any of these committees meet?
Your Honor, from my understanding, I know there's some on summer hiatus, but the Parks and Leisure Services Commission, that says June 1st, that one was already done at the last meeting in June. So that was not, that's just an error. They're also on summer hiatus. As far as Arts Commission, and I'm not sure if the Animal Commission.
Okay, I'll just go down the list. Do we have any Animal Control Commission? Youth Commission is on summer hiatus. TUTOC, Transaction Use Oversight? No? All right, then we'll just go on into the staff informational reports.
Thank you, Your Honor. Two staff informational reports were provided. First, with your regular water conservation phase 3 status update for the month of June 2023, as well as informational after-action report produced by the Fire and Police Departments with regards to its illegal firework detail, as well as corresponding calls for fire service on the July 4th holiday. So happy to answer any questions in regards to any of those.
Thank you. Did council have any questions with the staff information reports that we received? Did you have any questions? I'm grateful that we got the information, and I appreciate it, especially for the 4th of July. Okay, since there are no questions, we'll move on.
And if I may,
Yes,
just as a
please.
follow-up, it's my direction to council that a formal after-action report will be provided in case there's any potential changes to the ordinance that is entertained by the council prior to the October timeframe.
Thank you. All right, we'll now move on to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Okay, council, we have items 1 through 19. I'm going to state on number 12, I have potential conflict. Are there any other noted conflicts?
Actually, on that same item, there are 3 separate conflicts with specific districts. So the
No, that
council.
I'm one of them.
You're right. So the mayor has one, Councilmember Wyrock has one, and Councilmember Meister has one, but they're not the same. So we can, for the record, indicate that the council can take action on that, but your affirming action would not be to the particular district that's within proximity to your
Each
property.
be,
Conflicting,
Well, but
Ms. Lou,
quorum on the whole thing then.
minor correction, Councilmember Wyrock, it would be for item 13, and that's the citywide. So we have,
I thought that was the same thing.
well, there's item 12, which is
Oh, item 13.
sewer districts.
Oh, I
and then
apologize.
Item
I'm sorry.
13 is LMDs.
I apologize.
Okay, so we'll declare, we will note conflicts for Mayor Flores and who else on number 12? Just-
So number 12 with
Councilmember
Councilmember Meister and the mayor.
Okay, and Councilmember
Correct.
Meister, I recommend you guys go ahead and just note your conflict on those.
I've noted my conflict.
I don't even know what my conflict is
You-
exactly,
You
but
have one of these
We're part of the
districts
sewer district.
Yes.
within 500 feet of
Within
your.
yeah, I
five
know
hundred.
my conflict.
And
Okay.
then on 13, Councilmember
Okay.
Wyrock, I'd recommend you conflict, note a conflict.
Noted conflict. Thank you.
Okay. Did you get
Sorry,
that?
just for
For Fernando.
for the record-keeping purposes, do we know what conflicts they are on which
Which districts?
districts?
Yes.
Okay. Right, 'cause
We'll make sure you get that.
Okay.
Okay.
And then similarly, I have conflicts on 2 items. So on number 3, although I don't vote, just to disclose, and then that's all.
All right. With the noted conflicts on items 3, 12, and 13, do we have a motion for items 1 through 19?
I'll make a motion for consent items 1 through 19 with noted conflicts.
Do we have a motion by the vice mayor? I'll
I'll second.
Oh, please, go ahead, Councilmember.
second.
Second. No further discussion, call for the vote. It passes unanimous, 5-0. All right. We will now move into the scheduled matter, item number 20.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 5 scheduled matters before the council this evening. The first is to consideration of Porterville Navigation Center expansion, and Mr. Ridenour will provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Honorable Mayor and City Council. At its meeting on November the 19th, 2019, Council authorized the acquisition of the former Vine Street School, which is located at 140 South C Street, from Porterville Unified School District for the purposes of developing a navigation center. The goal was to assist individuals experiencing homelessness in the community. The site is comprised of 2 parcels totaling approximately 1.37 acres. Following that action in January 2020, the city entered into a lease agreement with Turning Point for the purposes of operating a navigation center. The southernmost parcel on the 2 parcels has 3 former portable classrooms on permanent foundations, and through the use of a grant, the former leasee converted 2 of the portable classrooms to housing, one comprising of 15 emergency beds, the other 15 transitional housing beds, and 1 classroom to office space. The city made a general fund investment to provide a $50,000 match that was leveraged by Turning Point to receive grant funds for the development of the Navigation Center. The city has subsequently allocated Permanent Local Housing Allocation, or PLHA, Community Development Block Grant, also known as CDBG, and American Rescue Plan Act, also as ARPA, for the Operations and Navigation Center. At its meeting on May 23rd of this year, the council directed staff that the expansion of the Navigation Center and support for its efforts to reduce homelessness in the community were a significant priority. The Navigation Center began operating in September of 2020. The Navigation Center has served a total of 2,577 unduplicated individuals since its opening in September 2020 through June of this year, with 25 individuals being placed in the permanent housing. Kingsview began operating the Navigation Center on June 30th of this year and has served an additional 25 unduplicated individuals at the time of writing the staff report. The previous Navigation Center operator had requested that a restroom and shower facility be developed on site and to allow individuals who are receiving assistance from the Navigation Center but who are not residing there to have access to the restroom and shower facilities. There's also been a request for additional emergency housing a cafeteria that would also operate as a warming and cooling center, as well as additional office space for case management and to be used by partner agencies to provide for services. City staff has had conversations with Porterville Unified School District on the acquisition of additional portable classrooms to expand the Navigation Center prior to the storm event earlier this year. They resulted in the city operating the Army National Guard Armory located at 29 North Plano Street. The Armory is currently operating as an overnight emergency shelter from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. to provide shelter to those who are displaced from the closure of the two river embankments due to the damage from the storm event. The Armory currently serves approximately 30 individuals per evening. The annual point-in-time count, also you'll hear is called PIT or PIT count, conducted by Kings Hilaire Homeless Alliance, identified that there are 299 individuals experiencing homelessness in Porterville that were surveyed. And of those, 101 experienced chronic homelessness and 227 are unsheltered. The report identifies that the number of people who are experiencing sheltered and unsheltered homelessness and provides service agencies, local government, and policymakers opportunity to evaluate trends in homelessness and to evaluate success of existing programs. Tonight, staff is seeking council's direction on the expansion of the Navigation Center to assist unhoused individuals in the community. The current Navigation Center is comprised of 30 beds, as noted earlier, 15 emergency and 15 transitional housing beds. The site is 1.37 acres with 0.68 acres currently undeveloped. Several options that have been primarily discussed for the future expansion of the site were included in the staff report. But, you know, of course, the council is not limited to these options, as these options were options that were mentioned and discussed prior. One of the options is the addition of additional portable classrooms that could be converted to emergency housing to create more emergency housing bed capacity, development of a restroom and shower facility, addition of a cafeteria or eating facility that can utilize group meetings as well as to operate cooling and heating center when needed. The Navigation Center could also be expanded with a development emergency shelter on the undeveloped portion that would accommodate the needs of the Navigation Center and to continue to utilize the existing structures. Another option for the site is the development of a permanent supportive housing project on an undeveloped portion of the site. In preliminary looking at it just off of calculations, not mapping it out or designing it out, it looks like possibly a maximum of 20 permanent supportive housing units may be able to be placed there. While this would maintain the same amount of emergency shelter and transitional housing beds while utilizing the structures. The site could also be redeveloped with the removal of the existing structures and redeveloped in a fashion that would best meet the needs of the unhoused individuals in the community. Each of the options that have been presented tonight vary in expense to develop and to operate. Based upon the direction received, staff can research, evaluate the estimated development operation expenses, and work with partner agencies on evaluating the funding partnership opportunities to facilitate the development. And staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much for that report and the options that are noted. I'm going to bring it to council. Did you have any questions? Do any council members have any questions? Any questions?
So I guess I could go first. Being on the link committee and new to the homeless situation in our community and kind of trying to catch up to what previous council and staff has been working on for many years, there's definitely a need for expansion. And of course, this is what the discussion is. The priority is the bathrooms and showers. It's great that this is a large enough lot that there's room to work with because only about half is being utilized right now. You know, given whatever funds are available through other, you know, capital projects and investments where the other side can be developed into a nicer, more residential looking complex as far as, you know, having, I want to call them bungalows, but like 1-bedroom type apartments. But for now, what is needed is showers and restrooms. This will take a burden off of some of the restaurants, retailers that some of these people experiencing homelessness are utilizing, and it does cause some issues. with their regular operations and clientele. There is some room, I know, I don't think we have a map up, we do have one in our packet, but on the east side of the part that's being utilized now, there is some area, I don't know how big of a shower and restroom complex could be designed to fit in that area, but there's definitely enough room to build something. And I know the hard part is building permanently, but not in the way to whatever our future decisions are, so we're not, wasting money or space. Right now, it doesn't show, I guess that looks pretty, yeah, that looks pretty updated. There's that little gap on the right side there of that tree lines. I'm not sure what the square footage of a shower and restroom facility would look like, but given that it has like a back side, if we wanted to open it up, part of it is also keeping the residents that are there safe and secured from people that may be coming and just stopping by to use the restroom and using the shower facilities. The people that are residing there now already have the restrooms and showers, so this would be a matter of just opening it up for people that aren't residing there, but somewhat more open to the public. But I want to say segregating them, but also just keeping the defined space. I've been there a few times to look around and kind of seen visually what that would look like. But that's the number one priority, and reaching out to the homeless is showers for hygiene, and of course the restrooms. This will help with a lot of complaints that we've heard. So definitely that is the number one priority. There's a shade structure that is, I think that's the roof part. Yeah, you can see there. I think the PUSD portables is a great idea. It's cost effective, it's quick, they're already built. They have to be a little bit of retrofitting with utilities, but it's the quickest way to put, like you said, a place for them to eat. It's especially right now needing a cooling center for the winter heating. So there's some room still on that unused, or on the side that's being utilized. I think just in the overall, that's the immediate needs. As far as the other side of it, that's an ongoing discussion as far as, again, with funding for a more permanent, more aesthetic look for not only the surrounding property owners and businesses that are in that area, but also for those that are utilizing this, to show them the investment, that it's safe, that ADA compliant, that everything there is an investment in them as well, that they're going to get the quality of care and services that the best that we can provide. That's the gist of the input that I have as far as talking again with the committee and the absolute needs of showers and restrooms, and then the heating, cooling, and an eating center. I know long-term there's discussion of the biggest expense for the Link Committee and for the Navigation Center is food. And so with the potential, if the other side is developed with funding sources to have a cafeteria, kitchen type, that would really reduce the cost of the overall operation. That's almost a separate discussion because that's a whole nother one. But immediately on this side, if there's a way that we can consult with somebody to figure out what type of square footage would be needed, how many people do we think are going to be utilizing this, as far as the heating or cooling center, cafeteria, and as well with the restrooms. So that's my kind of snapshot input on this one.
Thank you, and I'm reserving comment toward the end. I want to hear from other council members to this regard, because having been a part of it when it first started, I would like to hear what other council members have to say. Councilmember Wyrick, do you have any questions or any concerns or any comments?
Well, I too would like to reserve, but I'd be happy to share. I don't think I have the knowledge to be able to identify, how best to move forward with this, other than supporting the recognition of the Link Committee with the showers and the bathrooms and possibly a phase 2 housing element. But the food need is real. This week I saw a gentleman struggling down the street, headed eastbound on Henderson, and I couldn't help but pull over and offer him a ride. I took him from the corner of Henderson, right by the 65, over to this local area here and dropped him off on the corner, and I heard a story in about 8 minutes' time, maybe 10. Everybody has a story, that's for sure. And people have these needs. There's many elements to the Navigation Center. I know we all know that. I don't know how those elements are performing. I do know that there's successful, I don't know if it's a navigation center, but the Visalia Rescue Mission has a very dynamic program for individuals, male, female couples, with housing, with food, with jobs. And I would invite, the council to consider an opportunity to reach out to them, or maybe link to reach out to them to see what they're doing to be so successful there. And to my first comment about not having the knowledge, I've been reading in the paper over the years and watching on the news and just seeing it on the streets, as we all have, the real need that is developing in California, and some of the systems are not working, and many in our city are working, and many in our neighboring cities are probably working as well. And I don't know who the industry expert is or the subject matter expert is on this. I believe, Madam Mayor, you're in a committee that meets maybe even tomorrow for some housing challenges within the county. And I would just love to have the opportunity to sit in a room with a few people that really have the best practices for fixing the system, and not the blame, and hear what other people are doing within the county and within the state. And maybe there's a facilitator from, I don't know, Arkansas, that Salt Lake City, or someplace that would be able to help us, say, you guys are doing great, carry on, or, here's some options that are helping us be successful in these other places. And again, Visalia Rescue Mission, I don't know how successful they are, but they appear to be standing on their feet and raising a lot of private money and not necessarily just leaning towards grants. So that's what I have prepared to share today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister?
Well, I too am not totally knowledgeable in this area, and I definitely am going to lean on the link committee for decision making. It's something I think about when we talk about bathrooms or cafeteria and room for growth, and is this the navigation where we want the location to be? Do we build a permanent structure? Something I think about when we talk about shower facilities and bathroom facilities, when I hot-shotted, they would bring mobile shower units in, and we'd get that opportunity to shower. And maybe that's something that would fit in there, brought in by a diesel truck, that would not be a huge investment like building something. That's just something that I thought. But I agree, if there's a way to clean up the feces and the trash that happens on our streets in front of our businesses, this is the direction I want to go. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I agree a lot with some of the ideas, I guess, and also that's why it's so valuable that we have council members and the mayor sitting on the different committees and having the experience of all the discussion and brainstorming that has gone on and looking at other examples. I think the staff is really good at trying to reach out and look at examples of things that are working and even not working. I agree there needs to be, or what I would like to see is an expansion, developing the restrooms, the cafeteria, showers, maybe even an outdoor area, because I think those are the things that people are looking for that don't have homes right now. They're looking for like a cool place to be, whether it be a park or downtown area that has shade or seating, like the council members mentioned, the restrooms and a place to take showers. So, and then maybe eventually the dormitory type rooms, beds to have access to. I think just with the weather, the heating, the cooling and warming centers, or having the ability to have that And something I was thinking, and maybe this takes place already, but as meals are provided, maybe like a large breakfast or something, I don't know if that's how that's provided, but then have presentations during the time that food is provided of all the local resources so that people are listening, and you can hear, because we can easily see all the resources and give out information, but people that don't have homes, it's not as easily accessible. So maybe bring in the resources to them to let them know that there is help in different capacities, and if that already takes place, then that's great. The only question I had is there, because we were discussing security, is there security at the navigation center, or is that even a need there or a concern at all? I guess that would be my only question.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. The Navigation Center operates by having Kingsview as the operator there. They have staff 24/7. They work very close with the Porterville Police Department, so they don't have a private security company that has detail there. What they do is they do the great partnership with the Porterville Police Department. If there's anything that should arise, they are able to connect with the police department, and they're there quickly.
Thank you. I think our biggest thing is going to be determining the size we want to go. I think creating something semi-permanent. That way, if we do grow into another location, we haven't, built these things that we can't kind of move or grow into in another location. If that's what I think those are the considerations: the semi-permanent type structures, determining the size, and then the costs, I think, is what's going to help us make decisions going forward.
I want to thank each and every one of you because I wanted to hear you out since I've been a part of this since the beginning in 2020 when the discussions were and staff went out and brought and proposed what would be doable for Porterville. What works in one city does not work in another city. That's always a given because it's whether it's a fit or not. And one of the things I always say, we're not in competition with another city. We're working in the protection of our community, our surrounding area. And I have, during COVID, it was kind of tough to even get some of the operation going because we were trying to get some of the cooling and the heating and all of that, and it was done. Going back to something a little more permanent, and when information was brought, I was one that brought the information about the mobile shower units when it was reported at the Homeless Task Force that is expensive just to even operate, and that it would be very costly just to have a unit come in. I know that at the county level that they do have a mobile shower unit. It's somewhere, and but it costs money to operate, so at the present time, it's just seated there. And all I want to say is that I would be very supportive of something that is permanent as far as the bathroom facility and for the shower unit. I do know there is a place, as I recall, because I was just there the other day, I dropped in. There was initially a place for laundry. Is that still there?
It is still there.
And is it still being used?
It is still being used. I did get a report last week that they are having some maintenance on the equipment.
Okay.
And so I think that may be a minor interruption there, but there is still laundry facilities available.
Exactly, just for the clients. The laundry facility is just for because I remember that was part of when I first, and again, I do believe that we do need to have more rooms. Now, there's that shaded area that is discussed, but I've also been there when there have been vehicles parked in the shaded area, and I believe it's the staff, and that is probably where we could see that the clients that are there could utilize that area, and perhaps some, that's not mine for the details, but somewhere in that area they could use where it is shade to be eating or setting up tables and setting up more things. Eventually, I would like to see an expansion, a more permanent. I don't have a problem with the portable structures because we do need it. It's one of these that's a given. But then I also start thinking that if there's also units that could be brought in on a permanent that already has the air conditioning and already has all of that, instead of modifying something to fit. It's all going to cost money, and I would like to see how much it's going to cost to have all of this, or one or the other, for more information. I don't believe that, I mean, I do believe they do feel safe, that the clients do feel safe there. And I know that I've not gotten a lot of feedback in a while from the business owners in that area. It's been quiet. Initially, when it started, there was a lot of concern, but not right now. So pretty much, eventually, I'd like to see it grow into a more permanent and more, how should I say it, to blend in with the businesses out there in the immediate area. To blend in and to eventually have like a little eating area for the clients that they serve. They have the bathroom facility for those that need it. As far as a kitchen, I would say yes, that would be something that would be good, is to have a permanent kitchen. Because I don't know, I haven't been there lately when they do the food handout. That's all brought in. It's all to-go stuff. And so that's just my thought. I know that every time I go to the homeless task force meetings now, they're more based on information with grant funding, with what's available. But right now, as far as other cities reporting, Porterville already has something in place. I'd like to see the continued services. I know, and I'm going to ask Councilmember Beltran, I know when we first opened the Navigation Center, we made a lot of communications, and they were available as far as resources to be on site, and then with COVID, that stopped. Has that picked up? I do know we probably should have another community-based meeting to that regard.
So yes, KTHA, who's overall oversees the services there, they're biweekly. So every other Wednesday, they have several different agencies that come in, and one of them is like CSET for job opportunities. There is mental health there through Kingsview and some other groups. There was a phone carrier. So they're all different services that do show up on Wednesdays. There are some pamphlets that are left behind by some of these service agencies that if somebody is looking for resources or some kind of help, they are given information. They can contact those agencies and set up an appointment, so when they come back on a Wednesday that they can connect and help them with those services. One of the issues, and it'll be in my report later on, is there has been this requirement for those service providers who do plan to be there on those Wednesdays to kind of sign up and let us know who's going to be there, so that we can inform clients that, hey, this is who will be here, so if you need to come back, let's say they show up on a Monday to eat, hey, come back Wednesday if you're looking for this service. Unfortunately, most of the agencies do not give a report of that they're going to be there. And another requirement was to say what they provided, how many people they saw, what they were able to do, and that is lacking. Even though it is a requirement under the agreement with KTHA, they've tried, paper, emails, and these surveys are just not completed, which does go to Councilman Wyrock's comment about who are we helping and what's working. It's really hard. The last report, we've been requesting this almost, Link Committee meets once a month, And we requested this in several times, and I believe we got one, let's say in maybe March, and it had been from the previous October. So it's so delayed and almost outdated by the time we actually get it. So there is some frustration with communication and making sure what we are doing is working. There are some new services, and I'll get into it when I get my report later on of those ongoing services that are being added.
Thank you. Well, I just want to make comment again that I have no problem with expansion, and I don't have a problem with the bathroom and the shower services, but I'd also like to kind of maybe see something about permanent supportive housing as well, to see what that would cost. On that other side.
Jason, I know that the emergency shelter stays full, the 15 beds. From time to time, there have been space available in the PSH. Is that, or not, well, you said bridge housing is what I was.
Yeah.
Correct, and usually when there is an availability of a bed or two, it's during a transition time. It's during maybe somebody exited to permanent housing, or somebody's actions decided that they were no longer going to participate in that bridge housing. And so there's oftentimes because those beds are reserved for people as they go through the system through KTHA, and everybody goes through the categorized to be able to house those individuals. And so they are for those that are document ready. And so that's how they continue to work with emergency people who are coming through daily use, as well as those in emergency housing, to get them document ready, would be ready for those bridge housing and also ready for permanent housing once you become available. So, John, to answer your question, generally full, but with no capacity. But when there is capacity, it's for a short term.
Okay.
Councilman?
If I can add also with kind of this caveat of not putting the city and even future council into the landlord business. I know that's something we work with, gosh, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting our new Kingsview. That we need just like them, we need an outside operator to, if we're going to go down that route, that we're not in the housing
Correct.
business as a community, as a city, or taxpayers. We're just looking to allocate funds and looking for a partnership for somebody to help us. California spent I think today or yesterday I was reading a report, $17.1 billion on homelessness, and it's growing. So the state hasn't found hasn't found an answer yet. But so yeah, looking at other communities is the states is, but here with Porterville, we're doing our best. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments, any other direction?
Just a quick question, if I may.
Please.
The point-in-time survey was done, 60 days ago, maybe 2 months ago? January, already 7 months ago. And there was more than 100, wasn't it slightly above 200, 218 maybe? 212. So we're putting 15 in a bed, and maybe another 15, maybe there's another 15 beds, I don't recall, out of, I think the urgency is the bathrooms and the showers, portable. Staff could maybe come back with some details. I would support the council coming up with a permission to spend immediately for, some relief, to provide these showers and bathrooms, like by Tuesday of next week. I mean, it's been a problem for months. I know if there's a fire up the hill, SE they'll truck in these units that have beds, and you put 8 people in these little RVs, and they truck in these, and that's the expensive stuff that I think the mayor talked about. But finding, some bathrooms, and I know they're doing some work out here by Westfield at the corner of Westwood, and they're putting in some private irrigation lines, and there's porta potties out there, and they don't have hand wash stations, there's some solutions, and I think we have the staff in place that could maybe get us some information, and I would just support any kind of financial, take the reins off and let the that the city manager find some options to provide some services right away and not kick this can down the road again while they're developing a permanent solution. If it's sell the building and buy another building, go out to where we're going to be annexing property and say, maybe it's over here or over there. I could support any of those logical solutions, but I just don't want to kick the can down the road. That's my final comment. Thank you.
And the council will recall, there were showers and restrooms at the Armory. But then when it became our cost responsibility, because I'm trying to, was it 10,000 a month?
I asked Mr. Moore, he indicated to me that those showers were running $13,000 a month.
So we're probably guilty of trying to be maybe too financially good stewards, because you're probably looking at with a drop-in. I mean, there's modular building. The way the navigation center was established was done on a shoestring, and it needed to happen, in speaking to your comment, as quickly as possible and done right. And there were existing classrooms there that could be retrofitted with fire suppression systems. They had restrooms within them already plumbed. And I don't want this to be missed. It was done by the city's general fund. Nobody else has spent their general fund money in these activities. Nobody else has. Everything is, well, I'm not going to do it if I'm not going to get some grant fund to do it. So the political will of the city's been more than any other community in Tulare County. Right. So we could certainly do that. Likely, and I'm just thinking back to what the drop-in bathrooms were at Murray Park. So instead of constructing new bathrooms, it was purchased as a prefabbed unit and brought in. I want to say around 250, 300,000, and that's been a little bit. But that's probably the magnitude. You're probably looking at $250,000 and a drop-in unit, and then you're going to have utilities that you need to bring. You're going to need to bring water and sewer to the site, electrical things of that nature. And I guess that's really what's helpful about this is that now, okay, so we would, priority, yes, we need to have, and part of this is that, yeah, we have a general idea. One of the disadvantage the newest members of council have is you didn't have the presentation of the strategic plan that was put together for Tulare County to address homelessness.
No.
Right? There was a strategic plan put together to address homelessness in Tulare County, commissioned by the Task Force on Homelessness, taken to every agency and adopted.
And it was.
And the comment was, you're the only ones that are following it. So, when there was this, well, we need to get together and talk about this. This has already been happening. It happens every month. There's a meeting tomorrow. But there's still not a coordinated, certainly not a coordinated, and I guess a little bit of that goes too as well, even though so technically that strategic plan was commissioned by the county. It's Tulare County Task Force on Homelessness. It's administered by the County of Tulare.
And do they have grant funding for temporary nothing?
No.
So there's speaking what the mayor said, I mean, we can inquire about bringing there is is it KTHA that's rented the mobile shower? Who funded that?
I believe the County of Tulare, HHSA, through one of their operations. So I believe it's spoken for most days, but I think it is available one day a week. I think it's what that they represented at a meeting a while ago, Mayor. Is that what you recollect? What I recollected, it was available for a day a week. So I can reach out to the County of Tulare and see what that expense would be.
And what might be helpful to the council as well is to have Noah Whitaker come and address you, who is the county's homeless services manager for all their programs.
And that would be an interesting conversation. That's just my comment.
Because the question would be, you have a strategic plan, how is it being implemented?
I defer to the mayor.
And I'm just going to make this comment. Even back when I shared how much, I can't even think about it at the top of my head, when it was proposed about a mobile shower unit, I about fell off my chair because it was expensive and to operate. And I'm saying, a permanent structure unit that would have, because it's going to be there permanently, and it's going to be hooked up to the city water, sewer, and everything to be properly used on a daily basis versus 1 day a week, is more cost-effective than to have that extra expense for 1 day. In the long run, you're saving a big chunk of money.
Well, yeah, but
That's my comment.
Is this going to be the long-run ground that we're going to do homeless at?
I would just say it's the established place we're doing it at, and to almost try and start again. And, I mean, the Armory, in long term, who knows, obviously with the acreage around it or the lots around it. Just given, again, some feedback I've gotten from others that have dealt with this in other communities, is you want to be careful how much you scale up, because you're not sure if you want that facility dedicated for that long term. There's a lot of room around the Armory for expansion, and you know, whether it's, I mean, all these different ones, but Mr. Ridenour and Claudia Calderon had gone up and down the state looking at other facilities, and feedback from them was, you know, you don't want these big open dorm type places, kind of what the Armory is, because it's hard to manage all the different people in an open structure like that. One thing I was just curious about is, what would it take for us to say we're a state of emergency for homelessness and get county or state funds saying we're going to declare our own state of emergency?
That's what my next question was going to be is, what about the county contribution? I can't remember, was it 3 million for 25% of the beds? Is that gone? Is those conversations, can you fill us in, John?
That's been essentially the offer made by the County Administrative Officer, Jason Britt, who said these are essentially the frameworks that the agreements that they've entered into with what they are planning to do. So they've provided $3 million in funding to the Visalia Navigation Center, which you kind of read about, was supposed to get started in construction with short money. And so they indicated that, yes, $3 million is what they are willing, that's what they've done by agreement with Tulare, and what they've done with essentially the Visalia Navigation Center. It's operated by self-help. It's a different structure, but essentially that's what they've applied towards it. So I think it's reasonable to think there's $3 million, and they would want 25-30% of whatever those beds are, consummate with whatever that is. Those are being based around about 100 beds available. You know, and this goes, and it's actually a really good point that the council member made about, because we had initially looked at the Palms Hotel as a potential site when there was funds that were available for the development of permanent supportive housing. This is before the 99 Palms was acquired, as well as the Sequoia on Mooney. So those, the two that ended up moving forward. And we had submitted the Palm because it was on the market. They wanted, two things came back from that it wasn't going to proceed. It was too big. It was too much. They couldn't put, they said it would not be effective to put 200 plus people together in one location. It's not really manageable. So it needed to be something at about 50 is what they're, now what's being discussed in Visalia and Tulare is about 100 beds.
Is this grounds off of Lime Street here, is it big enough for a project like that?
For 100?
Did I?
Lime Street,
Vines, excuse me, I said
Let's
Lime.
go.
Close.
Wait a minute, you're taking me in another
Fine.
direction on C Street?
Yeah, it is. It's really the question, is that what you want? And that goes to, because half the site's
Yeah.
utilized. You have half of the site that's
Well-
unutilized, and how is the best?
And that's where I come into, is the permanent structure of a shower house or cafeteria, whatever direction we take. I think that we all agree that that the relief of showers and bathroom facilities is what we need for our businesses and people that live in our community. We need that relief, and we want to take that direction, but is this the place that we're going to build a permanent structure like that? Or is that something that we try to do with the county in that partnership in this location or another location, wherever it is we end up choosing in the long run? Thank you.
I really applaud the efforts of people that have been on this council and staff that have worked so hard on housing in the Link Committee and others, and the County Homeless Task Force, Mayor, that you sit on. And, you know, I hope there was no offense given that we're languishing. It just seems like, you know, hearing about a 50-bed maximum makes sense. We've got 200 people that are homeless. We've got a few in beds. We want to get them some relief right away, and I think that can be pretty easily done. If we make it more complicated, that I just bought an RV, I can back it in and hook up a sewer dump and a water line. I have a bathroom and a kitchen and a shower. And but then you put housing, like at the League of Cities meeting down in Southern California, there are people selling, you know, you could put 12 units in this section just this side of, you know, the whatever that is, the podium there, you know, but then you put the word homeless there and they add $200,000 to it, and then you still got to do all that infrastructure like you mentioned. You know, and maybe 200 beds isn't right, but that's why I mentioned earlier on, are the services that we're providing, is it taking the count down? Are those things working? I know we're not feeding them, so I don't want to just keep repeating myself.
Well,
but
you've touched on the very issue, which is, and the question was about declaring a declaration of emergency. What that does is it provides you, you don't have to follow code. So in many communities have done what are called safe camping sites. That's what Tulare has right now. They've given everybody their 10 by 10 on a concrete slab and said, here's your 10 by 10, here's your tent that I provided you. And there's portable restrooms there and things of that nature. But that is, and that is not to code. There's tough sheds that we've seen in other cases, which is not going to qualify you for any. So when you say, well, okay, now we need funding to operate it, you're not going to receive that because you're not to code.
Correct.
And so the dilemma that you find yourself in is how do you do both things? And that becomes the real, some communities you speak to where they have developed safe parking sites. So there's a number of folks, especially in the beach communities, where there's a collection of RVs and trailers, and they're designating certain spots for them to be able to stay, and providing, you know, sewer connection services so they can dump their RVs, and that's because that is their home. But that runs in conflict, and we would deal with this in our community where somebody parks their RV in front of somebody's business, and that can't be there for more than 72 hours. And so then folks call the PD and say, I need you to go out and move them, you know, because this is not their home. This is parking in front of my business, this is parking in front of my home, you know. So, and we have not provided a safe parking space. And that's not so much a code issue. That becomes, you know, that's another something to explore. You know, here's an example. You have half the site here that you could say that, you know, we're going to let you put your RV out here. I'm just saying you could. And you know, we've looked at this, we've entertained this. There's a parking spot, a parking lot. It's a city parking lot that came through the collapse of redevelopment on Morton Avenue. Near what used to be, it would serve the courthouse, but the courthouse isn't in operation anymore, so it's generally unused. Piece of city property, it could be, put some security fencing up and say, this is your safe parking location. So there's been a number of creative ways, I guess I would say, how communities have tried to address this issue. Generally, best practices says you don't want to do something that isn't to code, because but here's what's frustrating. There's not adequate funding to do it right. So you're left with a devil's dilemma in that regard.
I think speaking to the point in time as I had reviewed it's like the last 10 years, their numbers definitely have gone up, but they've almost just kind of also stabilized. So I think it's gone from like 200 to like 209 to I think 212. So it's kind of staying in that number. But also when you speak to some of the individuals, some of them don't necessarily want to be housed. They are becoming used to that lifestyle and the freedom that they feel that they're experiencing. I think the sweet spot as far as who can really be helped is probably closer to the 100. So between the armory, the bridge housing that is there now, that's roughly around 80 people, give or take, that are being taken care of. So there is maybe another 40 to 50 that would like to utilize a place, but then there's that big part. I want to say there's roughly about 100 that didn't want to do the survey that are just around. So I think the sweeter spot that we're seeing is closer to 100 as far as actually having impact. They're going to utilize the services of what this whole development it was based on, is to help get them, whether it's financial help, mental health, all those different services that are going to help them back to permanent housing. I think that's more the sweet spot, yeah.
Thank you, that makes sense. Mr. Lawless, Mayor, if I may, are there any, I know we just approved a remodel of a fire station to bring in bathrooms and things like that and help with that. Do we own any other properties near the navigation center where the people that would utilize those services can stay close to the services they need, like the hospital and shopping? Are there any other buildings right here where, we could do a remodel and put a few more beds in, since the armory's not ours yet? I mean, we don't want to remodel the armory and then lose it possibly, right? So just a thought. Thank you, Mayor.
Of course, this is why we're having this discussion, and there are thoughts that are being put out there, and I know they're taking notes.
Mayor,
Please, go ahead.
I've heard it a few times, and I want to make sure that everybody's aware of the most current point in time numbers. So last year it was 212. So this year, as it was indicated in the staff report, the number for the community is 299. So it was 212 last year. This year it's 299. And so that is an increase. We've seen an increase across the board. Speaking with KTHA, there's a lot of increases. You've seen increases statewide. Speaking with Mitch Ketcheside, who's one of the foremost experts in the state, I asked her about this increase, and she said her interpretation of reviewing the numbers and seeing and being intimately involved with the Navigation Center is that the population was always here. It's just that there are services available, and so people are being more open, as council member stated, to be able to accept services and to have conversation. And even with that, as you noted, when we were doing point in time count, that many people selected not to fill out, to not be surveyed, and so they're not included in that 299 count.
In answer to your question, yes, there is some city property. In fact, we've had inquiries from self-help, as an example, saying, we'd like to do another permanent supportive housing project in Porterville. The piece of property that they were interested in is now part of a grant project to improve for park space, which is along the Rails to Trails or program. So they had expressed interest in that. And then we recently had a piece of property. What's unique about permanent supportive housing, and it doesn't necessarily have to be, it can be standalone just as it is with Finca Serena. It's just on-site services with those that are document ready, I guess, as Jason called it. But there's an analysis that's conducted that shows their readiness for housing, as I call it. And as Councilmember Beltran said, not everybody wants to be housed. So that kind of individual is not going to be in the queue for Finca Serena? Because there's, what are their challenges to housing and have they been addressed? We recently had a piece of property donated to the city along the Tule River near Home Depot. How big is that property? 3 acres?
It's bigger than what we have here.
I believe it's 3.5 acres.
Yeah, so a little bit bigger than this site. Right now, just vacant land that, could be engaged.
Would that be a better, or, well, then you start, I get where Madam Mayor was talking about the impact of the navigation already being here and that the businesses that complain and now it's kind of been smoothed over. If we relocate where the homeless is going to be located, there's going to be a whole new wave of complaints. But if that was the place to go in business with the county and to build a permanent structure with the bathroom facilities that are needed, I wonder if that would be the answer for a more permanent spot solution. So my thought.
I'm going to make this comment. When the discussions began about the location of the navigation center, it was brought to the table that it was close to law enforcement, close to the hospital in case something happened, close to services in case the ambulance services, if that was needed. And that was taken into consideration, and it was close to, there's a drugstore, close to many different things that they could have access to. And if they needed to walk to get to somewhere, as close to the transit center for transportation, all of that was taken into consideration with this location. And I have never forgotten that, because we started small, we made the investment to serve the population and the clients of need, and working out the nuts and the bolts, it has been successful. And again, I empathize with Councilmember Beltran's comment with regard to the homeless that don't want to be in the system, because I have witnessed that myself. And in the meetings that we have gotten, we hear that from all the cities. And however, how important this is that we do everything up to code, that we do everything in the decision with the best interests of all the members of the community to that regard. Because bottom line is, regardless of which district we represent up here on the dais, when we make a decision, we do it collectively as the interest for all members of this community. So I'm going to look at Mr. Lawless. Have we provided you with a lot of information that could be brought back to us? I know we each have said what we have said, but again, to not lose sight of something, because we have not always been supported by the county in our efforts, and I'm going to be blunt when I say that. It's very simple.
And I will make sure this week that the strategic plan is, you provided a copy of it. I'm sorry to give you another 250 pages of light reading.
It was a lot of work.
Yeah, but, in the end, it really just can, when you read it, you'll see it's kind of been the roadmap. We were following it, we just didn't know it, and then they came back and said, you're kind of on the right path. I mean, this is best practices. It doesn't, but this is what I'm saying, there's different ways, and within there is options. Having a safe parking space isn't a bad thing, especially as so many, I mean, that's an emerging, I'll speak to Long Beach. When we've been to league conferences there, where they allow parking on their main drag, and I think it's called, I was going to say beach, but I don't know, on Ocean, and it's from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. That's the only time parking's allowed on Ocean. And that's why, because that's what they're saying is that, we're going to let you come down here, but then, that was kind of the deal that was done, because for those of you that might remember what it was like to walk around Long Beach about 8 years ago. I mean, it was is bad. And one of their ways to help address this was to say, okay, here's what we'll do. You can be in your RVs, and I'm sure that there have been programs I've been made aware of where people have donated their RVs towards this end. But one of the challenges that comes with these safe parking spaces is that not always do the RVs start back up again. So now what do you do when that doesn't happen?
Vice Mayor, you had.
Yeah, a question on that, John, I was going to ask earlier, not to drag this on longer, but do you feel like there's, or anyone that would know, is there a need for that type of service, like a safe parking in Porterville for vehicles, RVs? Have we noticed any of that much?
So when the armory was operated by Red Cross, we did notice that there were several vehicles, as well as when Red Cross operated over at Porterville College, there was additional recreational vehicles there. So we have noticed that there are people. There are also, we see from time to time, people that will be on a city street that are parked, that it can be observed that they're setting up and trying to live in that space.
Maybe that's a good question, because Jake's crew gets to respond. What's a good number, Chief? Dozen? 20? Okay. We'll call it 2 dozen.
No, and to Vice Mayor, I'm just going to make one comment. There was only one complaint that kept coming to me where somebody that did have an RV, actually, my business, actually set up a barbecue pit and everything else and was right there at by the business. And then I know that law enforcement would move the individual and then just go around the corner and just come right back and set up another barbecue and things like that. So.
Yeah, we experienced that at where I used to work also, because it was like a quiet street, and there was always a vehicle there, like with a camper and stuff, and they'd be there with everything, and then the police would remove them, they'd be back a week later or so, but I just didn't know how that was in Porterville, so, yeah, thank you.
That hasn't been brought to our attention as far as a need. I'll ask, but it hasn't been brought up.
Okay, that'd be a good question, though, and then maybe just let us know.
Yeah.
And I just want to make one more comment before we can put this to rest. When I bluntly said that we have not always been supported by the county, I'm going to go back to the project home key, project room keys, and we submitted something that could be, it just didn't get support, and it went in the direction of Isata and Tulare. It was not. So we have been very proactive in everything to be participants, and we're the ones that do not get the support as deemed. So I'm just going to put closure on this. Council, we've given direction, and I want to thank each and every one of you for your input this evening. It is appreciated, and we'll go from there. Okay. Now we go into 21.
Thank you, Our next item in order is consideration of history of the establishment of sewer districts and parks impact fees. And Mr. Rodriguez is going to provide that staff report. Or Sanchez, I apologize. Got Rodriguez on the, started with Rodriguez.
Throwback.
I should say Javier. Javier will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Laws. Mayors and members of council, at our last meeting, City Council directed staff to present at this meeting the history of fees related to sewer annexation districts and the fees related to it, as well as the park impact fee and other potential fees to be created. In 2006, the city annexed properties into the city, which were county islands at that time. As part of that process, it required the need to extend services into those areas. And so the city looked into getting monies for extending services to those areas. And negotiations with lenders included evaluating the revenues that would be collected by the finance department, connection fees that would be collected for those properties that would participate, and that was kind of involved in the whole lending package. From that and then creating a financial package to find the feasibility of it, that then took it to a Prop 218 process, which the residents of each of those proposed districts would vote on. Overwhelmingly, there was a support to extend sewer into these areas. From what I saw, the 67% yeses up to 90% on average were in agreement to extending sewer. And what this program offers is to help the residents is the potential to add these fees to their tax assessment, which could extend what they have due over 30 years at 3%, which is a very low interest rate. Now, historically, when people pull permits, they have to pay everything up front, either as a single homeowner or as developers. They have to pay everything at the time of development. Excuse me, at the time of development. So again, this made it more attainable for the residents to achieve, to be able to pay for this. Let's see. And as part of the financial package, there were two options that were made available to the residents, which was they either pay their fair share of construction costs, or they would pay the Exhibit H fees, which is our impact fees, whichever was the lesser of them. Prior to COVID, construction costs were cheaper than Exhibit H fees. After COVID, the Exhibit H fees have been quite a bit less than construction costs. Let's see. So again, now that we have like 5 or 6 active areas that we're trying to finalize, they won't be assessed this year, but for next year is when they'll hit their tax assessment, and that's when they'll receive their final proportional share, whether it's construction costs or Exhibit H, which most likely it's Exhibit H fees that will take place. And once those are given to the residents, they'll have 3 options. 1, accept that it's added to their tax bill and they'll pay it over the 30 years. 2, they can pay it in full. Or 3, there is an option to completely opt out and pay nothing, except that if they choose to remain in their septic tank, the city code doesn't allow the repair of that, so they would be required to connect at that time, and they would have to pay the fees that would be in effect at that time as well. So, if we're 5 years down the line, just looking back at our ENR index changes, it could be an increase of 15 to 20%, as an example. And one thing too that may have thrown off residents is that initially when we send out notices as we start the Prop 218 process and voting, is that we just have the engineer's estimate for what the project's going to cost, and then afterwards is when we create the detailed analysis for the Exhibit H impact fees, because the Exhibit H is contingent on number of units, not so much a proportion of the lot over the entire project area. So that in a nutshell is how the sewer assessment district fees were established. And as far as the park impact fee, that was created back in January 5th, 1999 under the Mitigation Fee Act. We recently awarded the Parks Master Plan contract to a consultant, which would establish, which will help us, reassess the park impact fees and what facilities that those monies will go to, because currently the park impact fee is only going to the sports complex. And the only change that we've been doing to the park impact fee since it was established was the ENR cost index, which is the yearly update we do, which you acted on last meeting. And similarly, if there was a desire to create any other new fees, we've seen in other agencies, public facilities fee, public safety fees, airport fees, all of those would require, similar to this parks fee, a master plan, a study to determine what the costs are to help maintain those without overcharging residents for where we're trying to put those monies. So, so I tried to, again, paraphrase this lengthy staff report, and hopefully that was straightforward. But what we're seeking is that the council consider this report and direction for future utility districts and any additional impact fees that would like to see the appropriate studies done to evaluate and or create. So I'm available for any questions that you may have.
And if I can add just a couple of comments on that, given these were started, so there was a large annexation effort in 2006. I think there was 5,000, I'm trying to remember how many homes. I know it was like 5,000 population, and it was before I came to the city. And it was kind of like, well, welcome to the city of Porterville. You just annexed significant parts of, and Porterville has been unique in its development. It has been large, the city of Porterville today has been largely, a lot of the area of Porterville was developed in the unincorporated area and over time has been annexed in. So it was developed not to your standards. So it's been a matter of cleanup, as I would say. And for those of you, those that have been here, as soon as you get annexed, it's like, okay, so now I'm ready for curb, gutter, sidewalk, street lights, all those, we call it city pixie dust gets sprinkled on you, and millions of dollars of improvements, I guess, are going to come your way, which East Porterville is a good example of, that's, you're talking about probably the equivalent of East Porterville that's been annexed into the city since '06. And in the magnitude of the, and the deficiencies that come along with that. So when that happened in '06, large part they were on water, kind of a converse to what East Porterville is, because it was on sewer. It has their own sewer district that's out there that collects, and then we do their treatment for them, but they didn't have water. And that was one of the major obstacles that was identified by the city if it was ever to be an annexation, is how are you going to serve those, that ended up being a $50 to $60 million project to one water lines that were out there that was ultimately funded by the state of California. But how do you connect all of these folks that are within the city? And the first group was the '06 group that really wanted to get connected. And so, and they didn't want to pay the fees. I mean, that was, they said, I want your sewer, but I can't afford, $15,000 to connect. So had to come up with a program. And the other benefit that happens is that this carries with the property. So, and with a number of folks, not only does it increase the value, and I'll defer to those that have been in real estate, the value added by having a house that's on sewer versus being on septic, that adds easily the value of that back to the residents. That's what I'm told by real estate professionals. You get your money back immediately because that's the value added to it. But then it also carries, that assessment carries with the property. So if you sell the house, it carries on to the next property owner, and you've gotten the value of that connection. So you're money ahead by having done it. But there are those that don't. They just, for whatever reason, I'm happy with my septic tank, and that's, it waters my citrus trees well, and I get good fruit. So, keeps their yard green. So, so that's their choice if they wish to do that. And nor did they have any interest in selling their home, and it passes down to the family. On the part, and so that was just, when that was established in '08, I want to say. I'm trying to remember when that energy got started, and then there's been a couple of other annexation efforts that were pursued by the city. Some of them were simply being driven by the residents because they needed water. We've been in the water supply business for lots of folks that have been on and continue to be. You've got a number of consolidations that are currently in process that Mr. Knight can speak to, and new development. You have builders who want to build new homes around you Not in your city, because they don't want to put in the infrastructure, curb gutters. They don't want to put in, because it's not required under this county's guidelines. So they want to develop in the county, but they need water and sewer to be able to, to do that. So, so they're not interested in annexation. They're just interested in receiving water and sewer, so they can provide what they call an affordable housing alternative. Just simply that it doesn't provide it isn't providing those improvements that we often find wish to be the case. As I shared, they weren't done in the city, and that's why you can tell what was developed in the city because it doesn't have streetlights. You know where you're at when that, and nor does it generally have curb gutter and sidewalks with it either. On the Parks Impact Fee, Eurico Velarde did a really good analysis of that, and Javier was dead on that one. This was, the impact fees of the cities were developed to do the sports complex. And when the study was done, and ultimately where they decided that it was going to be at the airport, there were 3 locations that they were looking at. Mueller Field was one of the potential locations, which is a storm drain basin, kind of on the, I guess that'd be the northeast, kind of northeast, up along Lime Street, literally, in Mulberry. That was a site, the airport was a site, and I think there was a 3rd site, but it would have to be acquired, and in the end, they made the decision to go to where the airport is. The preliminary estimate of that project, with what it wanted was about $5 million, and there wasn't not a level of funds available, so they settled on a $3 million option, so only 2 softball diamonds, not lit, no lighting, and soccer fields, and then that ended up becoming a $5 million project. So the impact fees that were developed was around a $3 million project that ended up being twice as much, so it didn't create enough money to be able to pay for it. And so funds had to be borrowed from ourselves. So only just last year did we finally pay off the water fund for taking an advance from the water fund to pay off the cost difference to that. And so any impact fees that have been collected have gone towards that debt, and as well to a lease of airport property for the unimproved parking lot, because that's airport property. And you have to pay, even though it's the city, it's still property of FAA, and they have to get fair market for their property. So, the fee was what it was, and unfortunately, the cost came in higher, and so, and then after the adoption of the city's general plan in the 06 timeframe or so, about 08, I'm going to say, this is when Jim Perrine was here, he brought an item to the council to start the master plan. And the council said, we don't want to spend $200,000 or $250,000 on a master plan to fit those, to do this. We want a real thing. We want a park. And instead of a plan, we want a park. And so that's when the Henry Street Park was acquired. Henry Street property across from Murray Park. So it never got done. And so therefore, there's never been any, when people say, why are the fees so low? Well, one, they were set for a singular project that came in over budget and has been essentially paying off that debt. And then when staff came to the council in 2008 timeframe or so, or 7, the council said no. The council said, no, we want a project. We don't want a plan. And so therefore, that's what you have. And then then that was also when the council also asked to look at pocket parks. So because there wasn't a plan to raise revenue, so then as housing development was being done, to look at pocket parks within those subdivisions. So in the end, that's why there's no large park development. And so comments have been made previously, and it was absolutely correct that staff's been diligent to pursue grant funds as they become available, and that's how Fallen Heroes Park was secured. There was a almost $4 million grant that the city was successful in receiving and have been very successful in receiving. So that's, I guess, the history. And like I said, Eurico Velarde did a really good job of the long debates to getting to the sports complex. Building Industry Association, BIA as they're called, were very vocal about impact fees, saying, that they, It's not in their interest that you, as they sell homes, it's not in their interest that you charge large fees. And so, when the notion of of a facility impact fee comes up, no, you don't, your city hall's fine, you don't need a new city hall, but how do you build new fire stations? How do you build new police stations? And how do you deal with growth? Well, how do you deal with the library? So there's not a facilities impact fee. There's not a public safety impact fee. Those are just been your predecessors have made those decisions, and so here we are.
Thank you. Okay, council, you've been given a report, you've been given information. What do you wish to do?
Well, I'll go first since I brought this forward. So with the park master's plan reevaluating, will we reach a point where we'll be able to look at that impact fee and adjust it accordingly?
Yes.
Okay, I think that we need to see a significant increase. That's my opinion for my colleagues here. I would like to see it mimic Visalia, Tulare, Hanford, be in that ballpark. And then, so we would have to do a master plan to incorporate public facility fees.
Right, what you would want to do is you'd want to do a master plan, so it's plan, programmed projects, and then fees based on those program projects and plan. That's how it kind of works under the Mitigation Fee Act as far as, because we have to be able to, we have to actually be able to justify the amount of the fees. So you really need that amount of planning and programming and identifying of projects in order to be able to legally justify the amount of the fees.
And my thought is, you see these fees so low, and I don't know if it would make a difference towards Measure I, Measure H, and we're taxing the people at a higher rate than 9.25%, but the developers that come and build homes, and I guess you could say it creates an increase in our population, right? It does have an impact on our facilities, our public facilities. So I think it's something that we should at least look at. And then for the fees, Exhibit H, I get where we're getting at, and it does lower the price on certain. I had Javier break down some properties that I had initially brought forward with the construction cost. Like North Beverly, 1990, it was $51,678. But with Exhibit H costs, it's $19,838, which is a significant decrease. The ultimate goal is to get people off of septic. And so I wonder if there's a cap that we can reach. And here's a question I developed, Javier, if you can answer for me. Is the cap on Exhibit H the 1,500 square foot?
15,000.
Excuse me, yes, 15,000.344 of an acre. I'm wondering if we could lower that to, so what I'm getting at is that property at North Beverly, 1990, they live on, I can't remember, it was 2 or 3 acres. And their cost is going to be almost $20,000. And to replace a septic tank is around $11,000. We discussed that yesterday. And so really, some of these ballpark numbers are pretty close to what it would cost to replace your septic tank, right? And I'm wondering if we could get it more towards what that would cost. And then that's a more reasonable argument, in my opinion. We're already lowering the price compared to the construction cost. And something that really stands out to me with the mandate, no, where's it at? Yes, the mandate that's coming from the California Plumbing Code with, we find ourselves in a situation that you can argue, and I use a strong word, And I'm not attacking you guys. I believe our state has put us in this situation, and it's extortion. Because if you look at the definition of extortion, it's to distinguish from robbery. In robbery, whether armed or not, the offender takes property from the victim by immediate use of force or fear that force will be immediately used. Extortion, which is not limited to the taking of property, involves the verbal or written installation of fear that something will happen to the victim if they do not comply with the extortionist's will. Another key distinction is that extortion always involves a verbal or written threat, whereas robbery may not. And it goes on and it states some law, but we're put in a position, we say you don't have to join the city sewage, you don't have to hook up, but if you don't hook up, there will be inflation, which is natural, I get that, and you will not be able to work legally on your septic tank in the future. And so there is no option. The option is to hook up. And so I just wonder if there's a way we could be more reasonable on that end. That's mine, and I'll yield to my colleagues.
Council members, do you have any comment or any question?
Are we going to do that for everybody in the city then? Because here's our problem. We'd be treating the people that were the annexation differently than those that, I mean, it would be, and then if we do that, we're going to have a huge cost to the city that we're going to try to figure out how to cover.
Well, what has been done has been done. I'm not saying that we should go back and fix, and I'm not going to say it's wrongs, but I don't think we should go back and fix, but for the future going forward, to try to do what's right and more reasonable.
Well,
So not having them cover the costs is unreasonable?
Well, we already are adjusting the cost because the construction cost for 1990 is $51,678. We are using Exhibit H, which is almost $30,000. It's
Yeah.
so we're already
We're already
making that
subsidizing, so just
adjustment.
subsidize more.
Yes, and so what is?
But you realize, though, that, I mean, just be aware, and I just want to make sure you guys have thought this through, because if we subsidize, that means taxpayers subsidize, because the money has to come from somewhere, and it's ultimately going to come from the taxpayers. Whether it comes, and so the reason why it's set up the way it is to try to capture as much of that as possible
And-
with regard to the specific property.
I agree, and that's why I also argue for larger impact fees for our parks, for public facilities. I'm not trying to make the city go bankrupt. That's not my angle here.
No, I know. I only bring these up because if I don't, somebody else might, because it's like it's no good deed goes unpunished. I totally understand where you're coming from on this.
And I'm not saying, what I'm saying is that we get more to a reasonable price what a septic tank would cost to replace. I think that is reasonable for our constituents. And hopefully, and it may be a fail. I can't say it's going to work, but what my end goal is to get people off of septic and onto our sewage.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would share, Councilman Meister, in our talk we had prior, the state does have that 200-foot rule, but the city had a more stringent rule even locally of a quarter mile, 1,320 feet. And remember back in 05, 06 that there was a resident on South Wisconsin that was at like 1,000 feet away. And we, as staff, we could not budge on that, and he had to come to council twice to plead his case to try and convince them that was unreasonable, and it ended up getting the vote in his favor, but council had a hard time of allowing them to do that, and that was a quarter mile away.
Yeah, and here's, and I don't know what the right, you said what's right, and that is always going to be in the eyes of the beholder of what is right. We have water quality issues in Central Valley. I mean, nitrates and ag says they're not responsible for it, and there's lawsuits that say that they are, and I don't know who's right. Did ag do it? There's naturally occurring nitrates, so the big long, who's right and I guess I always go to the courts. So what are the courts? The courts determine who's right, right? That's, our system is developed along, you go to court and we figure out who's liable, who's, and even people who are liable, you may not be able to get them. I'll use the airport as an example. We had a crop dusting outfit that was out at the airport, and they dumped a whole bunch of chemicals out there when the crop dusting outfit was there. Well, it doesn't exist anymore, but there was contaminated ground, and the federal government came and said, what are you guys going to do about that? Well, that was that business that did it. Well, they don't exist. So guess what? We did it. It was $500,000. We had to take it out of our risk management. We had, and we had to put a seal on it. And we have ongoing inspection of it to make sure it's, we had to take the dirt to Kettleman. I mean, they probably have liability now because of what's going on in Kettleman for having part of our proportional share for the cancer risks that are now arising for all the folks in Kettleman. So, but one of the real things, and as I said, the septic tanks in the Porterville area were developed by the county, and they continue to be developed by the county, right? They are still happening. They've happened right across the street from your urban development boundary. Septic tanks were established on Linda Vista. And they're leading to, I mean, it is leading to further nitration of groundwater. It will happen. The city of Porterville, based on those decisions that were made by the county when it was unincorporated, we are having to pay the consequences of, ask Mike Knight. So we are having to do with desalting of things, saying you guys, and thank God, our water system is one of the best in the Central Valley. Thank God, because the contaminants that are now being, I mean, there's a new regulation that comes out every time that says these are these contaminants, because what's happening is that there's, as we go along, there's a further health impacts that get determined, and who's responsible for that? Well, it must be the purveyor. It's in the water. I had dentist friends of mine said, thank God, John, the city didn't put in fluoride. There was a lot of pressure to put fluoride in the water system in the mid-2000s. I had a number of meetings with local dentists who said, you need to put fluoride in the water. And then they came back and said, thank God you were a stick in the mud on that. So, well, I'm just saying, there was a lot of meetings that happened about that kind of stuff. So, and so, but, and I'll ask Mike Knight Mike, so we're going to be bringing to you, right, Jason? We have to partner with the Porterville Irrigation District to provide a free water distribution station because we are apparently responsible for having nitrated the groundwater in Porterville. Right, Mike? I can't hear you, Mike.
From our sewer plant?
No, the septic tanks that were developed in the city by the county, we are now responsible for that calamity.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
So the city, there's a number of regulations that the city is working through currently. So the city has produced a nitrate control plan. We're currently providing delivered water to areas that has deemed our area of contribution as a result of nitrate contamination. So that's an active program the city is participating in. And the program that the city manager just mentioned is coordinating efforts to provide water to those that are impacted by nitrates in their personal and private wells as a result of potential septic tank contamination. That's a number of issues in East Porterville as a result of septic tanks existing. There's an ongoing effort, to mitigate any potential contributions to the city's groundwater pumping. I mean, the city is sole groundwater, so the efforts to encourage, be able to fund projects, and continue the efforts to remove septic tanks throughout the city not only is better drinking water quality, but ensures the city's current drinking water status continues to maintain a level of compliance with the state of California.
I feel like this is helping my argument in the sense that we want to promote to get off septic.
Absolutely.
So what I'm getting at, now I'm thinking here, if we drop the Exhibit H amount to maybe like a quarter acre instead of 0.344 of an acre. I don't know what the numbers are on that, but if we get it more towards what it would cost instead of a $20,000 bill, something that is more reasonable, that's just my thought on it. I agree, Mike. I want clean drinking water. I want clean drinking water for my children, and I want to do this for the constituents of Porterville, right? Everybody. And it's going to be a benefiting factor that we get people off their septics, and lowering these fees may be the route to bettering this situation.
So I do want to say this before, real quick. I know Public Works just reminded me, so we did go get bonds to get these projects done. So, was Mike was going there too. So the issue we have is that when we go to get a bond, we represent we're going to do the requisite fee increases, or, so that it can be covered. So we would have to look and see whether or not we can change it. That's just an added thing. Not that we may be able to, I'm not saying we can't, but we would need to make sure that we look at that first, because many times when we do water and sewer rate increases for when we have projects, we're not able to. We absolutely have to charge the cost for providing the service. So we'll have to look at that.
And this is just my opinion. I want to listen to the rest of my colleagues and hear them.
Let me be I'm sorry, Julia. Be devil's advocate. So the 50,000 square foot is a policy. It's actually not it's a practice. It's not a policy.
Isn't it as part of our factoring for our rate, or no? It's not? Oh, well then, okay.
No. So
Oh, I thought it was actually how you set the rate.
So to
Connection
speak
fee.
to the councilman, what he's saying, so we have a practice, which is, so when you have a large piece of property with
Right.
and the example was a trailer, but a small home, it doesn't take up 10 acres. So not all are the same size. So there's been, so if you have an estate lot, I think is what we call it, but where you've got a home with large acreage, it said, all right, we're going to, instead of looking at every single one and, getting the ruler out, we just use, if you got a large piece of, more than, well, it's 15,000 square feet. If your lot is bigger than 15,000 square feet, we're only going to,
We're going to charge you for no more than 15,000. That's not actually part of the fee itself?
No.
Okay.
No. So what
internal
is
memo.
being
Okay.
posited is that
We would just alter our policy down.
practice.
And just
We're
to
talking
add-
about practice.
Yeah.
Practice, man.
And just to
Anybody
add,
else know what
Mr.
that
Ellis,
is? I'm sorry.
so that is
Oh, no,
for singular residential permit applications. For the sewer annexation districts, we did not implement that practice. It's the full property
Oh, they paid the
area.
full amount. So we could just, well, then that's different. So we can adjust it to what our current practice is with the existing rate, our existing connection fees.
Well, unless the lender had an expectation.
Well, I
as they
don't know.
ran
We'd
all
have to
their
look and see what we
numbers.
representative of a lender then.
Well, in the end, they want connections. I mean, this is, because that's how you raise revenue. If it is not financially feasible, I mean, people will not connect if they can't financially afford it, even if it's 3%. And there's those just going to stand on principle, they're not going to do it. I heard people say that, I'm going to have you're going to take my septic tank from my cold dead hand. I remember one of those comments. So, okay. Yeah. I'm going to bring, my wife's grandmother has a really great fig tree. I'm going to bring figs in one of these days. Well, the leach line goes right to it, man. That thing, when that leach line got put in, that fig tree went like that. So, just saying. So, but Grandma, you know what? Grandma loves herself some figs. She doesn't care. She's like, I'm 92 years old. It don't matter. So, but no, I think there's a way, because that's not a part of the rate. It's really just a matter of trying to encourage, and I don't know how we arrived at 15,000 square feet. I don't know what an average lot size for a single-family residential is in Porterville.
Probably different in every district.
Right, it was just, when was?
I don't know. I'm gonna appeal to the real estate professional. What's an average single-family residential lot size?
8 to 15, depending on buyer has in their pocket.
But closer to 8 than 15?
Eight, you know, we're seeing smaller ones, right?
Yeah.
The ones that are coming out of the county are usually a little bit larger, right? They're quarter acre.
Well, no, the house size.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
Because this is going to dictate bathrooms and what's the life activities that dictate the sewer production.
Less than 2,000 probably as an average.
Right, so what's a 2,000 square foot home generally on 8,000, 10,000? So we could change the practice from 15,000
Right.
square feet to 10,000.
We still need to look, though, and they have a point, because we have to check and see what was represented to the bondholders, because we utilize numbers, what we are anticipating the cost to be when we make those justifications. I think we can probably get there, but we just would need to really look at that and make sure we just
Yeah.
don't assume that it's going to be
And
okay.
if we made a deal, and we have to honor our deal that we made, right? I get where you're coming from that, but in future practice, maybe we could change some policies. I want to hear from my colleagues.
Well, and to that point, I've told Mr. Sanchez, make sure I make it right this time, is that we should codify the practice to policy. Because that becomes problematic when you have a practice versus a policy.
Like right now.
So that would be the way to, as part of this, that codify the policy as to how to handle estate lots, that it is at X square feet.
I'm going to bring it to council. And my question is there a policy?
There's practice.
It's practice. Okay, so.
Which
Apparently an unwritten
which
policy.
which in a legal definition is a policy, but it is not a written policy. That's what.
I love all the lawyering going on here today.
No, I went back to the
I heard the
attorney to
definition
ask
of
you about
extortion.
that.
Yeah, no, I'm just giving you a hard time. Yeah, no, practice is usually an unwritten policy.
Yes. 'Cause if you
All
say you
right,
don't
now
have
that
a
we know,
policy and they say,
now
well,
that
what
we
do you
know
do?
that the practice is an unwritten policy. Councilmember Beltran, do you have any comment?
Well, no, and I appreciate the dialogue. And I've been in conversation with some of these property owners. I went through this process. I believe my property at one point was annexed in, I believe, 2012. And then I was connected to water during the drought in 2016 because I was on a well. I had water, but given the cost that was, actually at that time, it was zero cost to me. If it was, and I wanted to keep my well so bad. My water was good quality and stuff, but given the future, I knew that it was smart to tie in now. I was always on Porta Vista Sewer District, so the septic tank wasn't an issue. But there's always that give and pull with, people's liberties and freedoms to do what they want on their properties, and there's that shared expense. And going back to when people are getting tied in, that, like my property was at one point being annexed where, if the sewer line or water line needs to be fixed on Olive or Newcomb or any of the city properties, the property owners in that area don't get a bill. But unfortunately, as we were talked, these places were unincorporated. The county has different standards than the city does. And there is just going to be that expense. I learned that early on in home ownership. It was financially tough for me for some of those calls. But in the long run, I appreciate that it's a very low interest rate. Find 3% interest rate somewhere on a loan. You're not going to find that. Yeah. So it is hard, but I really appreciate Councilman Meister really trying to dig in and understand why these policies are the way they are, or practices, and if there's some wiggle room and some give, because ultimately we do want people to get off their septic tanks. We don't want them to tie in for the overall benefit of the community, and sometimes for the most part themselves, they don't realize how contaminated their water is. They don't have it tested. They're usually older individuals, and they're fine with that practice. So I really appreciate discussion, and a lot of it unfolds, especially like getting into the park impact fee, understanding this is a newer fee given all the different taxes and stuff in the community, and I can't wait to see what the park plan is going to come back as far as, what is the feasibility of fees that are needed, and what programs are we going to look at that these facilities are going to need? Are we going to expand baseball fields, softball fields, lighting, maybe other structures that can be utilized by our community, and even just the general upkeep of stuff? I know I've heard general comments about we can't have this or we can't have that. This all comes back to these impact fees. So as much as people may not want to pay higher taxes or what have you, you do get what you pay for. But I'm looking so forward to this report to come back to see for the next, 20, 30 years of the opportunity we have as we sit here on council to give to the next generation and make good decisions on that issue. So, but thank you, Councilman Meister and Mr. Sanchez, for just all this back and forth to understand. And it's mostly for the public to understand, the work that the city is doing. We have regulations through the state, and as representatives of our community, to just give and take and figure out the best way forward. So I just love that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyrick, any comment?
Yeah, I'll just try to be brief. We probably have a number of contractors doing the work, probably not 50, but probably fewer than a handful. And there's probably an average cost over the districts. And I know that there's inflation, so maybe the future cost allocation to the property owners could maybe be, studied a little bit more, like you said, that we can. To hear that people cannot replace their septic system per city code, that was, maybe I heard about that earlier, but I don't recall hearing about that earlier, and I made a note about that. And I too want nitrates out of the ground, so I encourage these future assessment districts for the people to take advantage of what the city's trying to do to help our community at large, to keep our water quality up, and to swap out. We have these two costs, and when we're going into the project, it was, I think the paragraph is, the final packet will include an explanation of the fair share of construction cost for their property, probably within that district, the calculated connection fees, Exhibit H, and an explanation of which of the two fees would actually be assessed on the property. So if it's initially one and it comes back later that it's higher, I'd like to see an automatic trigger that, well, I don't know if there'd be an additional cost to other taxpayers in town for them to swap into the cheaper cost, because then somebody has to pay that cost, and the property owner is getting the benefit. So to that point, I would like to suggest, I don't know if we could extend our future urban boundary and tell the county that they can't put in any more sewer systems and put them on notice, or septic systems, and put them on notice that if we come in and annex them, they can pay for the annexation, they can pay to remove all the septic, and we'll run the water lines out there, or we do a Mello-Roos bond, and the developers can sell the house with that on them, and we don't have to do the assessments, and it's all done.
So they only recognize that in the urban development boundary. If you're outside the urban development boundary, so we have city limits, we have an urban development boundary, which is what we consider our 20-year growth boundary, and then you have your urban area boundary, which is considered your 50-year, kind of whereas the city limit's going to be 50 years from now, the urban development boundary, and it was through litigation. You're the only city that has this in Tulare County, and this is an issue right now in City of Visalia, who has had the county develop in their urban development boundary on septic tanks and said, what are you doing? And they're like, well, we can. It's outside the city. It was through litigation when we sued the county of Tulare on their general plan, and they sued us under redevelopment because they didn't like Riverwalk being in the cities. And not only that, it was I hate to rehash old litigation, we spent a lot of time on, but we went from working with the county on having a joint project area of redevelopment, including East Porterville, where it was going to be one large project area where there would be benefit of residents, both city and county, that would benefit from tax increment to help with these deficiencies. And we went from that to, well, the county doesn't want to include East Porterville in the redevelopment, so leave it out, to then them suing us on our redevelopment plan after they told us just go ahead and do your own thing. And really that was tit for tat because they didn't like that they got sued under the general plan. And that's also other cities' response, because initially that was what born the Council of Cities, was a common fight of what the county was doing, commercial development out right outside the city to be able to poach I would say, I call it poaching on city residents. And initially it was a uniform front, and in the end, Porterville was the only one that's, and ultimately led to litigation against the general plan, the county's general plan, and they in turn sued under and we got into a settlement agreement, and the county also did not like how much land the city was, so initially we were up to Lake Success, or Success Lake. There was, Mr. Woodard had development plans in that area, and the county said, no, thank you. I sat with Gene Rousseau, and he's like, yours is going to go, the urban development boundary is only going to go up to East Porterville, and then, oh, by the way, you have no development input in East Porterville. It was considered a community of interest to the county, as they called it. So everything outside of this geographic area of East Porterville, even though it's in the urban development boundary subject to annexation, we don't have any development input on
Well,
it.
maybe we could take our 50-year plan and say that's our new 20-year plan and push the 50-year plan out and say, county, no more septic tanks because the water quality everywhere is deteriorating from what I'm hearing. So anyways, that's the only point I wanted to make there. Then for the park fees, looking forward to hearing the information back from staff on potential fees. To hear that the Building Industry of America, the BIA, were lobbyists, and they seem to be stronger than our youth swimmers lobbyists. But I think maybe we are the lobby for the youth and for our parks. So I think everybody needs to pay their fair share coming and joining our city. Pocket parks are great. It'd be nice to see that the developers, and we've been at some council meetings where we've allowed them to maybe shrink their parks even to have more lots to build on. But, if they're going to put the pocket parks in, maybe there still is a fee for the general community wellness, because people that use these pocket parks show up at the sports complex for, 4th of July activities and such. So, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Vice
I don't have much. I think, I don't necessarily disagree with Councilmember Meister's desired outcome of trying to assist and look at ways, to support our public to be able to connect to the system. But I feel like Julia's comment earlier is kind of what I was thinking is, I was just trying to formulate in my head, well, who will pay for that? And who are, where's the boundary of that, of everybody, including myself, my neighbors, the people that have already paid. So I don't know how to get around that piece of it. And I think if we do in the future look at that, assessing, those types of fees, what does that look like, and what kind of work has to be done to put in place something like that? And then where will that money come from? If it doesn't come from us that want to connect, where would that money come from? The city, or where? But I do support increasing looking at the park fees. I think we had talked about that maybe right when I was getting on council. There was some strong comments about that discussion from other council members. So I was just first learning and hearing about it at that time. Other than that, I got a little bit lost in the back and forth conversation. It got too, you lost me a little bit there. But I think I kind of get the understanding of where we're at and where the discussion is on this.
And something I really need to, so sewer is an enterprise. It is, when we say the city, so we are considered what's called a full-service city, in that we manage all of the functions, but when I say it's an enterprise, it has to stand on its own. It is essentially a city in a city. So if we were to default on those bonds, you would not have gotten the money if the city within the city could not. You wouldn't have, because it's not backed up by the general fund. And this is why so when we talk about the city, the city has, we talk about color of money. This money's brown, and it's confined. I'll use City of Visalia as, so they don't have their own water system. They have Cal Water. It is an enterprise, and it's run by a private company for profit. And so we have to consider it as such. Now, if you can, if you wish, put your general fund money towards that. I mean, you're welcome to do that. I mean, but just know that that's typically how you fund public safety and all of the, library and parks and those sorts of things. But you could do that. But it really needs to stand on its own. It has to be a solvent, and that's our concern. You're going to hear through this next year, refuse is its own enterprise, and it's losing money at $500,000 a year.
Thank you. I'm just going to make comments. As I was listening to all the dialogue going back and forth, and interesting because you pick certain things that, it reminds you of something. Oh, yes, this. I feel like I've lived in my house for 100 years. I was annexed into the city, but I was very fortunate when I bought my home, when my late husband and I bought the home. It was one of the few homes, because of the lender financing, that had to be hooked up to city water and sewer in order for me to get the financing. And very fortunate that the people who were selling the home had already done that when they put their house up for sale. So knowing that, and when we were looking, it was what was affordable, because where my husband was employed, the plant shut down after he had been there for many years. And bottom line, it was, and in the area that I live in, my home is deceiving if you see it from the street, but I have 1,850 square feet of home, and my backyard is fairly large. So I am grateful to that effect. And then later on, when the people on the street were hooking up to city water and sewer, I was grateful because they had not been. And they had to pay some of their fees and everything else. So I'm just a little grateful to where I'm at, because I didn't have to deal with any of that. It was already done. But the stress, and you hear the comment when you're first annexed into the city, everybody wants street light, road repair, everything else. Well, I was one of them. But it took a while. It didn't happen overnight, but it took a while. And being forthright in saying that, I can support the park impact fees, and I would like to see a plan and go with a project and have it brought back to us, and then a study of the fees and go with that.
Maybe we should let you go first, so we don't have to have all this discussion and just.
I will respect my council, members and hear their input, because it's important that we engage in a dialogue and a conversation. So have you gotten direction? Have we?
This isn't something we need to make a motion on?
No.
Gotcha.
So it's just for direction? Have you gotten enough direction? Yes, no? Maybe?
Yeah, that we'll look into to see how flexible it is at just some of the fees that are being assessed.
Okay, and then are we going to look at a master plan for public facility fees? Is that part of what we're talking about here?
We can. It would be a study that would have to be undertaken.
Okay, and so.
It's a good question, because I don't know, what does our public safety element say about station development? We are looking at a new station, Station 4. In addition to that, been a running conversation about how to address growing personnel in PD as well, which, without the capital to do it, the $10 million EOC grant and development of, it's kind of addition by subtraction. So if you move all of the, if you do most of the administration into the public safety, so you have combined public administration and EOC, that makes space available. And we've had conversation about how to expand the current PD site There's a large grass area on the northwest side, which could be built into, or built further into, and we had some conversation about that. So there's options to, if we relocate dispatch into the EOC, which is now a conversation, and what I appreciate about, there's always kind of an entrepreneurial mind, I guess, having a little bit of an economics study and appreciation for it, that, Jake's like, if we move dispatch in there, we might be able to attract, several $1 million to help with that facility in dispatch relocation. And that's how you start
Grant
whittling
funding.
away at a $20 million build, in all likelihood.
Could I get a little clarification when we were talking about the city within the city with the sewage? Did you say we're losing $500,000 a year?
Refuse is losing $500,000 a year.
Okay. Can you explain the difference to me?
So you
Water, sewer, refuse. So refuse is trash collection.
Okay, we're losing $500,000 on trash collection.
Trash collection, yeah, and that's really because of recycling. Because the market of recycling went away.
gone.
We went from making $500,000 a year to losing $500,000 a year.
Wow.
When if you really know what was happening, all the recyclables were being sent to Asia, and they were just putting it in landfills there.
Yeah.
It wasn't being
being
recycled. It was just being, and so when China and Malaysia and other of those countries just said no more trash, and I'm trying to remember, it's called like Dragon Sword or something like that. They said, we're not taking it anymore. Well, there was no market. Nobody's buying it, so it's all being stored in warehouses now or put in the landfill.
So then what's the point of the blue cans?
It's a damn good question.
The state tells us we have to have.
I was going to say that must be a state mandate.
Of course it is, and now you're into organics.
Yes.
Which
and
you
we're
also
in-
don't
I have an
have, which you
organic
also
kit
don't have organic facilities developed. But you have green trash cans taking stuff from food, right? Grocery stores. And it will be coming soon to add to your green can at your house.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question again. Do you have enough direction?
Yes.
You do?
What we really need to do is bring back a
Thank
policy,
you.
not a practice, a
Thank you.
formalized policy, and in there we can continue the conversation about what is the appropriate square footage for that calculation to be based on. First of all, need to make, and actually timely in the question to this, so bond counsel, or not bond counsel, financial advisors from that, because you have to have a financial advisor as part of these issuances, reached out to me and wants to get, partly because looking at this very issue, which we were looking at, how do we, with the large capital expansion plans, how are we going to finance that? Or do we have sufficient funds, or does there need to be a new issue for $20 million?
Okay. It's 9:14. I'm going to call a 10-minute break. and continue.
All right. Next item of order is to consider, it's the adoption of the annual appropriation limit, also known as the GAN limit, and I'm going to let Maria Bemis
Okay.
participate.
Dawn. No, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Wallace and Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Article 13B of the state constitution requires that each governmental agency adopt an appropriation limit each fiscal year. This limit is the maximum amount of tax revenue that can be appropriated during the fiscal year. Staff has prepared a calculation based on the percentage change in population as well as the percentage change in per capita personal income. And based on that calculation, the appropriation limit for the city for the fiscal year 23-24 is $93,143,853. And we estimate proceeds of taxes at $41,823,929. So for this fiscal year 23-24, city continues to appropriate well beneath the maximum limit allowed by the law. Staff recommends approval of the draft resolution adopting the appropriation limit of $93,143,853 for the 23-24 fiscal year. Thank you. That's the report. Can answer any questions.
Thank you, Maria. Council, do you have any questions? No questions. How would you like to move on this?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution adopting the appropriation limit of $93,143,853 for the 23-24 fiscal year.
I second that
We
motion.
have a motion, we have a second, no further discussion, call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll now go on to item number 23.
Thank you, Your Honor. And with this item, I believe the Vice Mayor is probably going to have a conflict here.
I have a conflict, so I'm going to step out.
Okay, do you have your key card? Yes, I do. Okay.
So next item in order, Mayor and members of council, is consideration of sponsorship of the 2023 Tule River Tribe Powwow, scheduled for this coming Friday, September 29th through Sunday, October 1st. Unique this year is that it's going to be at the new Eagle Mountain Casino and instead of up at the McCarthy Ranch, as it's been the last number of years. Last year, the same request was considered by the City Council, and the City Council determined for the city to serve as a platinum sponsor at $5,000. Similar sponsorship levels continue, and so recommendations, the City Council consider sponsorship of the upcoming 2023 Tule River Tribe Powwow. Happy to answer any questions.
Council, do you have any questions?
I could just make a statement. I am in support of doing the platinum 5,000. Just like I was in support of Flag Day, helping a community event. This is a community event, and I'd like to continue the tradition of the platinum sponsorship.
We have a motion
I'll second.
and a second. No further discussion. Call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 4-0. We need to call Vice Mayor back in. Okay, we'll now go on to
Certainly.
Number
Thank you,
24.
Your Honor. Final scheduled matter this evening is the status and review of declaration of local flood emergency, and trying to the point, Council Lest considered this at its meeting back on June, I think it was June 20th. It made its continued, June 20th, it made its continued finding of that. Subsequent to that, a couple of elements of significance. First, it was determined that the timeframe of the FEMA emergency, which began in February, was brought to a close on July 10th of 2023, so last Monday. And we've been working with FEMA on a number of claims, as many other agencies are across Tulare County. But statewide, for the state of California, specific to this incident, that was brought to a close on July 10th, 2023. Before you this evening is a proposal from GoodGuard, which is a security company that provided us a proposal, or do they not have that? Okay, I'm going to ask. And we have copies for the public as well. On last Friday, in consultation with the city attorney, it was determined to terminate the agreement that was existing at that time with Top Notch to provide security services, given some significant concerns that had been raised, and so gave notice to Top Notch that its services were no longer needed. Porterville Police Department provided security over the weekend as efforts were undertaken to secure a successor provider, which I want to appreciate Amy Graybell and the Parks and Leisure Services Department for their diligence in this and bringing a proposal to you for consideration this evening. What's in front of you is very similar to what Top Notch had, but we have confirmed their benefides and their ability to perform the contract as has been determined. And I would say a couple of differences between this and Top Notch is that they were on a 30-day at $25 an hour per personnel, which there was two guards per shift for the 12-hour time frame, which was about an $18,000 a month expenditure. The agreement you have in front of you is for $28.95 an hour, still for two, which it comes to $21,000, and so it's a $3,000 increase over the Top-Notch agreement that had been in place until its termination just this past Friday. So in addition to that, they generally have a 90-day the agreement would be good for 90 days as opposed to 30 days as Top Notch was. I guess they're also receptive, if given appropriate notice, to only do 60 days. But it would be staff's recommendation. We solicited a number of proposals. Some folks did not wish to respond. They didn't, security firms not wishing to perform these services. And this was, of the qualified folks, the best quote. Most of the quotes were $35 an hour for the two guards, per guard for the two guards. And again, this is at $28.95. So it's a $3,000 difference. And again, this expenditure, based on the continuing declaration of local emergency, is being paid for from the city's emergency and catastrophic fund. I did provide a census of the Armory's activity or daily activity. We have seen children entering the facility recently, and we've been really trying to assist in finding other housing solutions when that occurs. We had a minor that had a 1-year-old and 2-year-old with them that had been displaced from their home. And so PD was helpful in addressing that situation satisfactorily. And so we'll continue to provide these census numbers. We are seeing an increase. A couple of those, I would say, reasons for that. There's been some recent enforcement efforts of an area that had a number of folks in it. Which I think probably prompted additional activity, given they were in the river area and were removed, or the no trespass order was enforced. And then in addition to that, it's just gotten warmer. And so folks trying to find themselves out of the element and into a place that's cooler and more accommodating. So we'll continue to monitor the numbers, given council's approval of the agreement. Happy to answer any questions council may have.
I did want to add just a couple things. I think with the approval or the authorization to enter into this agreement, if the council so desires with this new security company, I'd ask that that be done subject to agreement that with terms subject to the approval of the city manager and the city attorney, because there are some things in here that I think need to be addressed. Nothing super major, but I do think we need to make sure we have to talk to RMA about the indemnity and insurance. Insurance that they don't even have, right now, they're concerned about our insurance requirements, but we need to be concerned about theirs too. So we need to make sure that that's dealt with. We need to deal with the indemnity. I would expect for them to pretty much push as much risk off on us as possible, given the nature of what they're doing. That said, there are lines that we cannot cross, and they're going to need to agree that they're responsible for at least gross negligence and their own willful misconduct. Negligence is one thing. We can transfer risk. We can allow them to transfer risk on that, but we can't allow them to transfer their gross negligence or willful misconduct. And then the other, which they haven't said anything about it, but I think we need to make it that clear. It's not clear in the agreement. And then the other thing is that they were asking for 90 or 60 days instead of 30 days termination, right? So, which I don't have any problem with, but I do think, under the default, they're allowed to terminate immediately for non-payment, but we also should put in there that we can terminate immediately for a violation of a law that creates a risk of public health or safety. So I think there's some little things we need to fix, talk to about with them, but other than that, I think it's not bad.
I have a question for legal counsel. I understand with the request, but do we have to, as a council, ratify the termination of the agreement with Top Notch? No, we don't have to.
I don't
Okay.
think so.
That was my question.
I don't know. You know what? I've seen this agreement. I don't think I ever saw that one. So I'd have to look at
I
it to
just
see what the
needed to
terms
ask the
of the
question,
breach
do
were.
we as a council?
Much more substantive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go ahead and do it just in case we need it. I don't know that you do it.
Well, I was
It
just
may be that we
asking.
had grounds to do it, but we can have you affirm that and authorize us to do this subject to agreement on the terms.
Okay, all right. Well then, with that being said, I would like to make a motion that we continue the declaration of local emergency, approve and authorize the agreement for security services with Good Guard, subject to the approval of city manager and attorney, with the termination information for violation of public health, et cetera, and to ratify the termination agreement with Top Notch.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
Well, with a motion and a second, is there room for?
Well, that's why I'm calling for discussion.
I wanted to get away from the emergency order. We're no longer in a flood situation. The river is at a point where the homeless could walk across it, no problem. We're seeing that in the encampments on the west. So my point being is that crisis has gone and moved on. Now we're in the rehab phase. I still believe that we need to keep the armory open. It serves multiple purposes, like our city manager spoke upon. I think that we need to keep Royal restrooms in service there to accommodate the ADA violations the armory has. And I believe that we should go with the security of Good Guard. But the declaration of emergency, I don't believe is needed anymore. That would be my comment.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and we have a second. No further discussion other than the comment made. I'm going to call for the vote. It passes 4-1. Thank you. All right. Now we will go into the AB 1234 reports. And the first one is the Tulare County Task Force on Homelessness. That was on June 21st. Did I? Okay. I heard something. Okay. Claudia Calderon and I attended in person. There were no public comments. The minutes of May 17, 2023 were unanimously approved. We received an update on homelessness, members on the task force, who was there and who wasn't, and who will be serving. There was a presentation given to us with, subject matter is Cal AIM. Shannon Tolbert provided the task force with a slideshow presentation that included the background, the enhanced care management overview, community support overview and resources, the explanation of the total delivery system and transformation, such as behavioral health delivery system transformation, criminal justice services and supports, enhanced care management, population health management, etc., and the transition to dual eligible special needs plans and managed long care services. I have to tell you, this presentation was extremely long. It was more than an hour with material that should be grasped with yet another discussion on the subject matter. The PowerPoint was sent to us. If anyone is interested, I can send it to you. Dr. Dora Barella, who is the president and co-founder of HC2 Strategies, had been invited to present. Her slideshow presentation was minute, but all she did was echo and reiterate what that first presenter did, so she did not add substance to what was given out. There was a brief home key update that was given to us by Noah, updates from the city. I'm only going to report out to Porterville. Claudia Calderon did a wonderful job, she always does. Unduplicated numbers of assisted individuals at the Porterville Welcome Center, 2,552. Sheltered were 36 people overall. Meals being served are 90 to 100 daily. And that Turning Point was ceasing the operations as of June the 30th. It was announced that City Council approved Kingsview as the operator for 90 days while procurement funds already slated to be used at the center takes place. ARPA funds would be used for this transition period. The RFP would be going out for the operation during this 90-day ongoing of operations. She provided information with regard to Link, but I won't go into it since Councilmember Beltran will be sharing that information. She shared on the Finca Serena that all the lease agreements have been signed, and they have started behavioral health services as of May the 18th, and that self-help enterprises will have summer program for children beginning in July. She shared about the Porterville Police Department homeless program, that the team continues with their efforts to connect individuals and provide resources. She highlighted on Bridges to Employment and Careers program, the litter abatement program. In addition to employment, all participants attended several trainings, including working in the heat and interview skills. She said that most recently, 5 participants took part in a workshop that specifically walked them through the Caltrans application process. Each of them has been assisted in getting professional resume creation to include job training. This extra training has given them the confidence needed and are now actively applying for local jobs and are attending all the job fairs, including Eagle Mountain and Employment Connection. One of the standout participants was even able to secure housing and employment at the new Finca Serena apartments, made possible through the partnership with Upholdings. Highlighted was the temporary evacuation center at the Porterville Armory. The city continues to operate this emergency shelter as the emergency declaration is still in place. The center is open from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., and the average stay is 20 to 28 people. That was as of that week. That concludes my report. The next meeting is July the 19th. It's tomorrow. We're having to go tomorrow. Okay. Then on the Tulare County Association of Government Women in Transportation, I will report that under other matters. San Joaquin Valley REAP, Early Action, that committee, I believe it was difficult to have a quorum. Is that correct, Mr. Lawless?
Yes, it was. Yeah, and there was only one action item, which was on the minutes. There were several presentations, just kind of as an update. It was I would say one of those quarterly meetings that need to happen as part of that effort.
Thank you. Tulare County Regional Transit Agency Board on June 23rd. Councilmember Wyrock?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe Mr. Lawless attended, the Vice Mayor attended, alternate member Beltran attended, and myself. And running out the door today, I didn't grab the file with my notes. So I'd like to ask to present that at our next council meeting. But if any of the other attendees would like to speak to their notes, feel free, or I can bring it back.
I think most notably is that there was no action taken, there was nothing on the agenda and no action taken in regard to the city's request of looking at, or notice of withdrawal and extension of into the following year. No action taken and no item on the agenda.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lawless. They did go into closed session and they came back and decided not to take any action at all. And so thereby kind of left our request in limbo. And that's where it remains at this time. Anybody else?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is TCAG. That would be mine. That we met on the 26th of June. This was the first time in my tenure on this board that I had seen several alternates who were present. Board members, the voting board members who were not present had made arrangements for their alternates to attend. On the transportation consent calendar, there was only one action item, and it was the reappointment of 3 existing social services transportation advisory council members. On the transportation action discussion items, there was one action item, which was the adoption of a resolution to approve the 2022-23 fiscal year unmet needs findings. And there was only one item for direction. It was to establish a standing goods movement committee to advise on regional freight-related issues. The 2 who have already agreed to serve is Mayor Brian Puchigian from the city of Visalia, Mark Mondell, city manager of Tulare, and that they were still wanting to add a few more good members. That's not one I volunteered for. So if anybody was interested, they could send their information to Derek Winning or Ted Smalley. Nothing to report on Caltrans for this area. Items of action on the association consent calendar, they were all action items, were the approval of the minutes of May 15th of TCAG and May 11th for the Technical Advisory Committee, the minutes of May 25th TCAG Board Retreat, and of the June 5th TCAG Special Board Meeting. On the association action discussion items, the legislative update, there is a possibility there may be another One Voice trip in March or April. At this point, nothing is concrete, and more information with regard will follow, if any. 3 items for action was to establish an ad hoc committee to work with staff to evaluate signing a lease extension or move to a new location. Those who stepped up to this committee are Supervisors Pete Vanderpool, Amy Shucklian, and Julie Allen, member at large. And then the next one was to establish an ad hoc committee of 3 or 4 board members to review compensation, current and future staffing requirements, and critical succession planning for TCAG. Those who stepped up for this committee are Supervisor Eddie Valero, Mayor Rudy Mendoza, Julie Allen, member at large, and myself. Both these committees will work separately to bring back recommendation to the TCAG board meeting in December. And the 3rd item was to cancel the July meeting. That concludes my report. Our next meeting is on August the 21st at 1 o'clock at the Woodlake Community Center. The next one is the TCEDC Board Committee meeting. That one is mine. Patrice Hildreth and I attended in person. There were no public comments. The minutes of May 24th were unanimously approved. The financials were also approved for May 31st. The project and client service updates were provided. The EDC now is currently managing 58 project files. Information is current fiscal through June 22nd, broken down and carryover from prior fiscal years are 29.
New projects this fiscal year to date, 39, less the closed and inactive projects are 19. Two items were reported as the most active. One was the advanced manufacturer who was producing high-quality sustainable resins from post-consumer plastic. They are targeting the Central Valley. The second was anaerobic digester company with specific interest in Tulare County. This company uses food waste from local food processors to create hydrogen, gas, and topsoil. They're awaiting the RFIs and RFPs from the company. Staff will continue to assist this company. They are in the process of vetting local sites and have met with several food processors for feedstock. The staff updates, they announced that the 2023 virtual real estate forecast event would be that week. The speakers were Charlie Hsu and Mike Allen. The tickets went for $15, but they had only sold 40. On the strategic planning session update, they provided campaign data of which they are focused on industry, retelling story of Tulare County with an emphasis on population, jobs, earnings, and exports and imports. One of the subject matters that they have been talking is to increase tiers and memberships for the private sector. They proposed a handout and for 2023, the private sector, and they were talking about tier levels of 1,500, 2,005, 5,000, 7,005, 15,000, and the last one, 25,000. The last level of 25,000 was questioned by one of the private sector members as to whether that was real. That level would be eligible for a board of directors seat, subject to EDC bylaws. More information will follow on that. The membership drive is to kick off in August. They're asking the private sector to participate in bringing members. They're asking the public sector. What was requested was to refer prospective membership for their follow-through and that they would be the ones contacting the membership. City-county visits, new membership. The CEO reported that there were visits that she had made to each respective city. In addition, was to the request to increase the dollar amount of the membership. Reported out during this meeting were dollar amounts that were committed by the county in each city. I want to make it clear that the dollar amounts that had been quoted were amounts that had not yet been taken to their respective city and their council. The city of Porterville did not commit to a dollar amount at the time of our conversation with the CEO. We want TCEDC to be successful, but any decision to be made with any dollar amount would be brought forth to our council for discussion as a whole and a decision to be made. And since that item will soon be forthcoming at a future meeting, that's where I'm going to leave it. But I wanted council to know that we did not commit, because it's important for us to discuss it here on the dais. And then there was one membership transfer request. Eagle Mountain Casino went from the 7,500 membership to the 15,000 membership tier. That concludes my report. Our next meeting is July 26th. All right. Councilmember Belton. Yeah, the link. Thank you.
Okay, committee meeting was held on July 5th over Zoom at 3 p.m. Link Chair Sylvia Martinez called the meeting to order. The previous June 7th meeting minutes were approved. There were no changes to the budget. There was a very brief Navigation Center update given the recent turnover by, getting all their names confused now already. But the representative, Artie Valdez, basically stated that there were no changes to the services and no changes in the clients that had already been there. There was a brief discussion brought up by the Link Subservice Committee members regarding volunteer sign-up tables as well as signage for each service provider to help visitors identify what services they had that day. There has been a failure by service providers to check in prior to the service day events and any follow-up to better get accounting of who is there and how many people they're able to provide services for. This had been a requirement, but yet is often not done. This goes back to an earlier conversation to make sure that the needs that are there and we're able to adapt. So it is acknowledged, and we are working on that. We given during this transition time is a good time to try and re-implement these requirements. Discussions continue with providers to help this important information is collected. One new service was there at this last Link event, and it was brought by a community volunteer who happens to be, I believe, an RN practitioner, Cindy Bartlett, with vision. Several individuals were given eye exams, some were given glasses, while others were given referrals for follow-up appointments. A request was also made for the next Link Committee meeting to be held in person. There was a brief discussion that concluded with a vote of approval for the August 2nd meeting to be held in person across the street at the Thurman Conference Room. After that, the meeting was adjourned. I briefly wanted to state that in giving the discussions, one thing that I found was really interesting was a lot of it has to do with mental health with some of the issues, those that are dealing with homelessness. And I barely found this out 6 months in of inquiring about different resources, is that when an individual has sought mental health help and they have whatever capacity that person's name is, as far as a professional a counselor, therapist, psychologist, if they are having are seeking another service for mental health, let's say at the hospital or just out in the community, a mental health provider that is not their original provider is reluctant to give them any service because they are not reimbursed. And so this is why the mental health continues to be a big issue, is if they're already, usually the number one question is, do you already have somebody that you're seeking for mental health? If the answer is yes, they are not really seen as, or are getting any help, because that person will not be reimbursed. So that's a real big flaw in our, I don't know if it's the insurance or the state. I would imagine it's a state, because a lot of this falls back onto taxpayers. But it's a major flaw that if somebody's having a mental health crisis, there's no intervention really for them, because no one's going to get paid for it. Other than a real emergency like suicidal or threat like that, then obviously there's intervention. But just a general, somebody needs to talk to somebody. So we're hoping that as we work on certain things with the Link Committee, that one thing we might be able to provide is like a teledoc type service, where there is an iPad there where they can speak to somebody who is going to be paid, or they are going to be volunteering, that are professionals in that mental health capacity. But that's just a big gap that we see that's an issue, and we're seeing how locally we can try and fill that gap. So that concludes my report.
Thank you. Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency Board, Councilmember Wyrock?
They did not meet.
They did not meet, okay. The Tule River Improvement Joint Powers Authority, Councilmember Wyrock?
They did meet on July 10th at 9 a.m. at the Lower Tule River Irrigation District. Director Knight attended in person, I attended remotely, and there were a few audio challenges that we worked out near the end of the meeting. So I do have some notes here, and I'll also invite Director Knight to share any additional comments. There were no public comments. The second item on the agenda was to seek any additions or deletions from the agenda, and there were none, so we move forward to approve the minutes from the agency and the agreement and the Executive and Technical Committee joint meeting of April 10th, and that was approved. We then went into item 4, the Tule River Improvement Joint Agreement Administration. We heard information on the financial report for fiscal year 22 and 23. We heard information about the proposed 23-24 budget. There's current funds in the account as of June 30th of 23, a little over $1,000. They're balanced. They're expecting more income soon from various sources. I'll touch on a couple in a moment. There are no proposed assessments to any of the people, any of the agencies in this agreement. General funds are, they found that there's a bank that pays a little bit more interest, 5%, at Valley Strong Credit Union, so they're moving some funds over there. The next quarterly meeting, they're going to talk about the July, the year, pardon me, the budget and the next year's budget items in particular at our next meeting. We moved on to item number 5, which was the Tule River Improvement Joint Powers Agreement and the Tule River and Porter Slough Channel Clearing and Maintenance. The proposed budget for fiscal year 2023-24 is $63,500. There will be a call for funds. The assessment is $27,500, and it's looking like the call may be in the first quarter of, I believe it was 2023. So my notes were maybe 24 for $15,875. So that assessment will come here shortly. There are some channel clearing projects that are currently underway. It looks like we've spent about $57,000 on channel clearing. Floods have added a little bit of additional work, about $27,000 in additional work. So I think the total for the work in the channel clearing was about $96,839.70 total expenses. There was some requests for reimbursements. Somebody was impacted and they're seeking some reimbursements for some equipment to power pumps to provide water. That is being looked at a little bit closer. The next item, and it wasn't approved for reimbursement. Next item, number 6, is local project agreement, the Success Reservoir Enlargement Project. Of course, the storms earlier in the year caused some delays, but they're looking at a completion date. I'll have it here in a moment, later in 2024. It looks like there's a couple of items that need to be taken care of, and one is some power line realignments, some structures that need to be moved. There's some right-of-way agreements on some property that still are outstanding. It looks like there's money that's still available to finish the enlargement project. The concrete batch plant has been set up, and they're in operations. They'll be in operations shortly. I think they're waiting for a state permit. Item number 7 was the Tule River Storage and Operations. There was some comment, and Mr. Knight, maybe you can expound on this, but apparently a $50,000 assessment is a quarterly assessment. I'm not sure quite how that's being devised. I couldn't quite hear. Mr. Knight, do you have any comment on that?
The assessment has been directed towards the property acquisition. And so they're reviewing what it is the local sponsors have been relieved of a portion of that, and that is where some of the mention is on the reimbursements for the property acquisition. The property acquisitions for the reservoir enlargement include a wave and splash zone, I guess, for lack of a better term. So you have the elevation of the reservoir, and additional property was acquired as a result of wind and wave encroachment on private property. So they're working through those details, and that's what some of the disbursements that you mentioned that will be coming forward.
Thank you, Director Knight. There was some, there's expectation that Southern California Edison will make some payments that will be applied towards a loan that's outstanding, pay down the principal on that. And the next meeting will be on October 2nd of 2023. That concludes my report.
Thank you. We're now going to the Tulare County Water Commission. That meeting was held on July the 10th. I attended the meeting. There were no public comments. I want to say that doesn't matter how long I have served on this commission, I am learning something all the time, every time I go, because the members on the committee actually
are doing the work, and they already know and have information, so it's very important. I listen a little bit harder, and I know Mr. Knight will understand what I'm going to report out. The recorded minutes of June the 10th of the Water Commission are located and can be found on the portal for tulare-county.prime.gov. We were provided with a summary of meeting notes for the June 10th meeting. Susan Long of the Thule Trust provided us with information of the multi-benefit land repurposing program. A slideshow presentation was provided to us on the Water Commission. What she presented to us with this program, the elements, what she outlined was the research and planning, the project design and permitting, the implementation of ready land repurposing projects, described and provided us with the information as to the role of the Ag Advisory Board to develop understanding and goals, educate and gather feedback, identify potential projects, evaluate project and location options, to set priorities, review the final plan, and provide feedback, and to encourage project participation and implementation. Mr. Knight, you understand what I'm saying? 'Cause I'm glad you do, okay? That's why I went to the meeting. Please listen carefully then.
Thank you.
An emphasis as to why we should get involved is to address concerns, reduce misconceptions, increase regional capacity to preserve and repurpose agricultural land, to reduce reliance on groundwater while providing community health, economic well-being, water supply, habit, and climate benefits. We were also provided with a handout as to why they are looking for participation, and who they're looking for are, for example, large landowners, more than 10,000 acres, medium landowners between 1,000 to 10,000 acres, small landowners less than 1,000 acres, growers from each GSA in the Thule subbasin, growers within the various irrigation districts located in each GSA, dairymen, white area growers, and landowners. Individuals who are interested in shaping the future of the Thule subbasin, individuals concerned with water availability and quality, individuals interested in open space, groundwater recharge, flood controlled, and habit restoration, etc. If anyone is interested in applying and participating, they may do so. They can submit the Ag Advisory Committee an application on www.thuletrust.org or contact Susan Long at susanlong@thuletrust.org or 559-362-0597. The applications are due by August the 31st. We had a meeting discussion very briefly about the meeting minutes, and all we're going to continue is getting on this committee summary meeting notes. I shared at the last meeting and reported out that we were going to keep the same consensus to keep the same vice chair and secretary. Well, it was brought to the table. All we did was ratify Commissioner Snyder as a secretary, but appointed was vice chairman was Commissioner Eric Quinley. The drought and project funding update, there are, through June 30th, well permits, there are a total of 264, broken into categories: under construction, domestic 89, community 7, agricultural 77, industrial 0, dairy 3, destruction 65, other 23. There are 19 tanks installed and receiving hauled water. In the overall program, there are 394. As of June 30th, in the bottled water program, there are 1,683 households enrolled with self-help enterprises. 291 are drought-related. 1,392 are contamination-related. 1 is pending. 1 drought-related enrollment received per week. There were no program challenges to this report. Legislation update, there's not much to report.
We were provided with staff on Sigma implementation, the status, the list of the DWR determinations, basins who are with inadequate plans, potential probationary hearing processes, the rationale, proposed schedule for holding probationary hearings. There is one commission vacancy, and that would be for District 5. They're looking for the Tulare County Water Commission. They're looking to seek applications. That concludes my report. The next meeting is scheduled for Monday, August the 14th. That's a lot to digest, and I want to share with my colleagues. That's a lot to grasp, especially if you're not in it all the time. So, anyway.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are the Water Commission meetings recorded? And like, do they have them on YouTube or on the website or anything?
You can find them located. They are recorded, and because Facebook, and they're live streamed, and there is a link.
Okay.
There
thank
is
you.
a link. You're welcome. Okay, now we'll move on to Vice Mayor. You have the next three. Okay, you're on.
Okay, the first one was the TCAG Transit Forum Micro Transit Tour on July 11th. Myself and thankfully Jason Reidenauer joined me to take part in this tour that was in Porterville. And we, so a group met at TCAG and traveled over together. And then we all met at the Porterville Transit Center on Oak Avenue. And what we did was we broke up in small groups. Sorry, council member, I always lean in, so. We all met at the transit center, and then we broke up in really small groups, and the goal was to just kind of use the transit and the micro transit and use the app actually. So some of us didn't have the app, so they had to install it, and then to just break up and go in different directions to Starbucks or Stafford's. And we went to Target because it was more across town, and then we could go in Starbucks there, but to grab a coffee or whatever. So we all did that, and what we found was both times I think it took us less than 10 minutes to get a van. And one of the things they wanted to observe was, were they ADA capable and had those accommodations? They all did. The waiting time was very short because it was really hot that day. It took us longer to wait for the group to get there than it did to catch our little van. But I think one of the things they're doing is assessing how it's working here in Porterville. And for the most part, I think the comments I heard was it went really well. They were really happy with it. I think what helped us was on our way back to the transit center from Target, we had a driver, and so we started asking her questions, and she was really good. She said she absolutely loves her job. I don't remember how many years she had been there, but we asked, what would you change if you could change anything? And she said nothing. And then after she started, we were going, she said there's a couple things. She would want to do longer hours. She wishes that we could be open longer because there's just a need for more transportation. And then the other thing, which I thought was really good, was we asked, do you think that a lot of people know about this service? And she said she didn't feel that they did, that she thinks we really need to do more outreach, that there's a lot of people. She said she even shares on Facebook herself to try to let people know about the service. And then to be able to access it on the app. But another comment she made, which we got such good feedback in that short ride, she said that not everyone uses that technology, and that she didn't feel like we still had the call-in service, right? And then we asked another question because when we got on, there was a young lady already on the van, and she got dropped off at home, and we asked if that's ever an issue for people that are riding, and then you're on with a small group and you're going to drop me off at my home. And she said there was one time that somebody brought that concern up, but she said they ended up talking and they were fine with each other after that. But, you know, just something to consider. That was like one thing we noticed. Other than that, you know, it was a short tour over and back. But what the group had requested of us is that they wanted our impressions of the tour and things like that. So we were I was going to put something together in feedback, and I'll follow up in that in my next report. That concludes that, unless there's any questions on that one.
We had a report out at the RTA meeting this week, yesterday, and the report out from a board member who attended that didn't provide as much color. So I think, you know, I made a few notes here to take it back to the board. Those are solid things. So anything you'd like to share at the next board meeting, I think would be well received.
Maybe what I'll do is make sure that you get a copy of whatever I submit back for feedback, then you have that as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was just curious, what is the app? What's the app's name?
It's Uber, isn't it?
That's, because I thought they were no longer going to be part of that program.
It's fading out and they're signing a new agreement.
Okay, but right now it's still that, okay, I thought it had changed, that's why I didn't know, okay.
So it's the Uber app.
Yes.
That's correct, yeah.
So the next one is, what do I have? Transit Forum. Wait. Sorry, I have all my notes open. Okay, so the Transit Forum was the next day. That was July 12th, and it was actually a Teams meeting from 1:30 to 3. And so what they do is typically the agenda pretty much stands the same. They go through different funding and grants. So they talked about state funding, which is Transformative Climate Communities, round 5. This closes 8/1. And then they next talked about the federal funding opportunity, which is enhanced mobility for seniors and persons with disabilities. That closes August 30th. And then I would say from there, the primary discussion was around the regional microtransit launch. So they're really want to head in that direction for, you know, TCAG is having this discussion. So, and then at the end, they just kind of give provider updates, first from Visalia and then TCRTA. And those were very brief on both sides. So that concludes the forum report. And then the next one is CalVans. CalVans is always interesting because I don't typically get these meeting invites consistently. This one I think I got the day before, and it was called a special board meeting. It was via Zoom, and this meeting was held the following day, so they were right back to back. This one was on the 13th, and there were 3 action items on this meeting. So the first one was a lobbyist update and just a request for support for California Environmental and Energy Consulting. The second action item was approval for an agreement for private vehicle donations. What does that look like? So we had that discussion and then voted on that. The next action item was just approval of a single source quote for a company that will be conducting the 22-23 audit. And then the last part of the discussion was reviewing the 2023 employee handbook. So just incorporating some new policy and guidance there. And then they give informational items, updates from the executive director, and then any staff. And then the next scheduled meeting, these are typically held Zoom. The next scheduled California Van Pool Authority meeting will be Thursday, August 10th, but it's also going to be a retreat. So it'll be the 10th and 11th, and it'll be held in person in Sacramento. And I just found out today that there's a new there's a new transit alternate. So I may be calling on that representative to help attend some of these meetings as well. And that concludes the Calvans report, Mayor.
Thank you. The next one is the City Tribe MOU Committee. And we met on July the 13th. This meeting was an invitation on behalf of Chairman Neil Perrone of the Tule River Tribe to meet with the City of Porterville. The Honorable Chairman Perrone, Vice Chairman Shai Nieto, Secretary Franklin Carabee, and Councilmember Vernon Vera, in addition to Mr. Matt Mangrone and their legal representative Carrie Patterson, were present. On behalf of the city were Mr. John Lawless, Mr. Jason Ridenour, Mr. Michael Knight, Mr. Javier Sanchez, Battalion Chief Chris Paisani, Police Chief Jay Costello, Legal Representative Julia Liu, Councilmember Greg Meister, and myself. Discussions were brought to the table with an emphasis on items work that should be done in accordance with the MOU, modified or amended, such as fire service, road improvements, public safety, pilot, other clarifications and changes. I want to make it clear that at this meeting, it was an exchange of information, updates, and discussions with regard to the above. There were no actions taken. Both legal counsels will review. Any information that would require action to be taken will be taken to each respective counsel. A meeting was not scheduled. Both legal counsels will communicate and coordinate for the next meeting. That concludes this report. Is there anything else, legal counsel? No? Okay. All right. Then we'll move on. TCAG was canceled, so I don't have to report again. And the last one, the TCRTA Board, Councilmember Wyrock.
Thank you. We met on July 17th at 4 p.m. on Church Street in Visalia. I just want to start out by saying the staff at the TCRTA is working really hard to prepare a good packet of information. It was very thorough and it was well discussed. We had the call to order, welcome, and a roll call. We did have a couple of members missing, but we did have a quorum. We had the Pledge of Allegiance, and we opened it up to public comment, which there was none. There was a closed session item, was item 4 on the agenda, and it was kind of related to an agenda. It was related to an agenda item, which is number 8A. Agenda item 8A was a part of the closed session items, and after closed session, we pulled item 8A from action and discussion. But the information from item 8A is in the agenda, so anybody can look at that. It's public information. I have nothing to report out from closed session at this meeting today, but before we went in there, I did request verification that this action is used for potential litigation, and it was confirmed to be so. When we returned, there was no report out. We reconvened open session. There was a report out on the Ad Hoc Sustainability Committee. And it was just a quick summary in the meeting itself. Later on, I'll talk about some of the items that are in the budget and what the Sustainability Committee reviewed at the Ad Hoc Committee, which was taking a look at the numbers, the budgets, the expenses, and the revenues. There was a report out on the Ad Hoc Executive Director Search Committee applications. If anybody would like to become the Executive Director for the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency, they're asking for the applications to be submitted by August 25th. There's a job description that's been posted, and there's going to be a presentation later this month with transportation professionals, I believe in Southern California, where that nice little flyer will be shared with a lot of different people that may be interested or may know somebody who may be interested in coming on board. The Safety Committee reported out that they're meeting regularly now, and there was good buy-in between the drivers and the management team. It seems to be a very well-functioning committee. I didn't notice anything of specifics. There's a little bit on passenger conduct. Sometimes people get a little bit unruly. They did mention that they believe that the Porterville Transit Center may need a security update. They didn't elaborate on that. So they're going to be doing a little bit of discussion within that committee and come back to us on that. Looks like on their next meeting is going to be August 21st, so we should hear at the next RTA meeting about what that is needed, maybe needed there. Member Mendoza suggested that we expand the committee to include safety and security specialists and possibly use the Regional Transit Agency Summit that we had in California up at Lake Tahoe a few months ago, to do it again and maybe bring some stakeholders together to talk about high-functioning safety committees. Next, we moved into the consent calendar, which included the approval of the minutes of June 23, which I didn't report on a moment ago, but they are in the package. And we received and filed the financial statements as of June 30, 2023. And I'll take a minute with that, since finances are kind of important to us. And these, again, are in the package as well. On page 15 of the agenda package, let me just turn to it. There's, the agency received CRRSSA funding in the amount of $1.6 million, and LCTOP, sorry, I don't have the names of what they mean, of $1.04 million. STA and local transportation funds of $8.6 million, so some money's coming in. ARPA funding of $4.8 million, another major source of income this fiscal year's Measure R, approximately $1,047,500. It's preliminary. The fiscal year is closing. There's other accruals pending. They actually show a potential deficit of $998,000 for the fiscal year ending 6/30/2023, and they will be doing some auditing of that. So it is it's attachment 1 of item 7B in the agenda. We moved on to the action and discussion items, which was an adoption of the resolution approving amendment number 4 to the fiscal year 22-23 budget and capital improvement program. Again, that was pulled. There was some discussion on the approval of the continuance of the ad hoc sustainability committee. We were set up for a short period of time to just kind of take a look at the money and where it's coming from. And there was a feeling that there was an end date. It was reported that there was an end date to that sustainability committee. So they talked about making it a budget committee, bringing it back to the whole board, and the whole board will be a budget committee. A couple other action items were discussed, and there was no firm decision made, but they did ask staff to come back with some options, take a look at the options that we talked about and make a recommendation. Next, there were some transit center updates, Farmersville, Lindsay, and Exeter. We received a report on all of them. Some of them there's a groundbreaking, I believe, in Farmersville this week. They have some unfunded costs yet, so they're looking for some help there. Lindsay needs about $6 to $7 million more for funding. They're looking at, of course, a real state-of-the-art facility, including transit, bus stops, and charging. They might have some commercial elements to it. They're looking for some funding sources, and it was suggested that they also go to this transportation summit and seek experts there. Exeter reported out that they're looking at a 10-year plan with some business engagement, but they want to keep it economical in size. They're not going to build they didn't use the term Taj Mahal, but they're going to build what's needed for their community. There was some discussion that an ad hoc committee be formulated to talk about these transit centers, that there should be a chairperson. I mean, these transit centers are going to be built. They're going to fall under the umbrella of the RTA. So are they building it in an effective manner so that we can operate them at the lowest cost to the people that are counting on those centers operating effectively? The next item was item 8D, which is discussion on the regional T-Pass sales and agency partnerships. There's a pass available. It used to be like vouchers, but now there's a pass, and a lot of different companies are buying these passes, and they're making them available to people who need to get from point A to point B. And the actual revenue from those are just really, really going up. And I think I brought in a, there was, I don't have the presentation here, it was a PowerPoint presentation, and there's numerous companies and agencies that are buying these and making them available to the people. And there was some discussion earlier tonight about some transportation needs from the local jail here to bring people back in the community. And I guess there's vouchers that we could buy that provide a one-way trip from point A to point B. And there's, the TCRTA has been selling a book of these coupons to different agencies. And if you don't use them by the 15th of the month, you can turn them back in and get a credit. So it's kind of a win-win, and I don't think City of Porterville is buying them and making them available. I don't know if the county sheriff is to help people being released from the South County Justice Center. But the T-Pass sales is just really great, and I think TCRTA is coming up on a 3-year anniversary, and they want to do some kind of promotion to let the community know of all the great things that they're doing. And I suggested that they really, provide a lot of thanks to the people that are supporting that. I think it was over almost $500,000 in revenue that those advanced purchases provided. We had a director's report. The director's report was, give me just a moment, please, in my notes. I know you guys want to go home and go to bed.
We're still not done.
No, we're still not done. Thank you. They talked about how their services quality analytics that they're going to be doing on the different cities, making sure the routes are good. I think it was a part of your program, Madam Mayor, where they need to do some assessments on the routes that are effective. I think we talked about that earlier. They talked about, he shared that they're bringing radios into vehicles, placing more radios in the vehicles. They're providing transportation for the cooling, and we know that they also provided some transportation for the Freedom Fest here in town. They're looking for more, they're going to be providing more support for our transit agency here, and I don't believe it was specifically for the security improvements. Chairman Segala brought up the issue of the strike during the director's report and how the strike is, he was wondering if the dial-a-ride is still running, and we were told that it was, and there was a little bit more conversation about the strike, but really didn't have any relevance, so to speak. It's hoped that the strike doesn't spread. It's not currently impacting our information. And then, but mostly services in Dinuba and Exeter. The senior, disabled, and ADA rides are available, but you just can't call and get a ride. But if you're a senior, disabled, or person that needs some help from an ADA perspective, they'll come and pick you up. Requests from board members for future agenda items. I had a couple that I'd like to share with the group. Workshops, we've talked numerous times about having workshops for new members. I suggested that maybe they start with the simple things like the principles of transit funding. I asked the board to consider bringing in a facilitator and helping us to really see what the 5-year plan is. I know when Mr. Tree was the director there, he did a great job building the vision and really got the agency up and running, and we've just kind of lost that momentum. We may have to invite people from TCAG or other boards to help us with these workshop topics. I suggested that they help us to understand the quality of the electric vehicles that we're using, the battery-powered vehicles, and the maintenance that's required, and their lack of ability to really perform well, and how a lot of agencies are using low-emission vehicles. And I asked for, them to look into other agencies. Are they moving away from electrification for a short term until the quality of the build gets higher? Are they moving to low-emission vehicles? Should we consider buying some low-emission vehicles in the near term and buy the battery-powered equipment later? I think the first battery-powered bus is scheduled for 3 years out at the tune of about $1 million. And then I did ask, there was some talk numerous times that some board members could come to city council meetings, so I suggested that they schedule the next 12 months out, and at least every quarter, they bring the agenda to the board. We review the agenda, we review the talking points, and then we say, go share. So there'll probably be an agenda item coming to Porterville soon where they'll bring some talking points on the success of the RTA and some challenges that we're facing. I also asked that they used their formal city or government email address for all the board members that are in this group. It seemed like there was some personal email addresses, and I just think it's better for transparency to have that up there. And then we talked about trying to get a neighboring group to sign an agreement and get that closed out and get some new bus routes going up the hill towards the tribes area. So that was it for that meeting. It was pretty well. People had a lot of attention and focus during that meeting, and I was glad to see it. And I would like to just share, I shared this with Mr. Lawless a moment ago, that there were more city managers available at that meeting than at any TCAG board. I think there were 5, and I knew Mr. Lawless wasn't going to be present, but it was just an outstanding presence of the city managers. So,
That's good.
yeah, it was very good. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, you're welcome. Now we'll go into oral communications. I don't see anybody wanting to come oral communications, and I don't think we have anybody online. No? Are you awake? All right, we'll go into other matters. Councilmember Beltran.
I'll keep it brief. Just want to acknowledge again the 3 law enforcement personnel and their recognition for service in our community. Recently there have been some notable incidents, but I just want to thank them for keeping our community safe. And the detectives, it's a lot of work, it's dangerous work, long hours, but just the dedication and all the tools utilized to apprehend the individual responsible. It's a great comfort when you guys post to social media that the people were apprehended. As much as crime affects everywhere in our country, I'm just so thankful to that our success rate in capturing these people and identifying them. So thank you guys again, just through regular recognition today, but just every day. Just very thankful. Given our heat every year, I know there's been some work on Henderson, I believe Newcomb, and just thank all the different services that not just the city provides, but all the different entities out there, truck drivers, agriculture work, construction, anybody that has to do it. I work indoors, so anybody who has to work outside, just thank you for your service and what you do to provide for your families. It doesn't go unseen at times when everybody's running to their car and running into their house, and you guys have to be out there all day and night. So just thank you for all those that sacrifice for our community. One little quick thing, somebody was asking me about volunteering in our community. It's a subject that comes up very often. And I was looking at our city website, and I believe we do have a little volunteer thing, but it's outdated. If somebody could take a look, and I don't know if there's a way we can put a call out to the community if there is, what the requirements are to be on that page. But it's something that comes up often with either community service or school projects or people that just want to be involved. I believe one of the things on there was Helping Hands, which hasn't been around for a little while. And there's a couple other ones that just need to be updated. So I'm not sure what the, going forward to outreach of who would require that and where we can go. But I thought that was neat that people were interested in just a resource that we do have, maybe just updated. But that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Wyrock.
I won't be brief. No, I'm kidding. The service awards, I agree, was great. The city is, as an employer, a young person can come to work here and work their entire career for the city and work their way on up and do great things here. And I thought that was really honorable to be able to present that to the people that receive those recognitions for years of service. I was a little bit nervous, though. When I didn't know who was getting them, Mayor, and when you called the chief up, I was thinking, oh, no, is he in trouble? You know, because I didn't know. And so that was kind of nice, and you're very, very gracious, and I think your wife appreciated the comments. The families behind all of the public servants are appreciated very much. And then, Mayor, I was a little bit nervous when you were talking about a parked RV and maybe getting towed after a few days. I thought for a minute it was me because I had a trailer out there, but I didn't have the barbecue, so I knew it wasn't me, but I got that blue sticker on my back window of my RV, so somebody called me in and I had to go and park it, but it's fun to have one. The teachers are on vacation, a lot of the teachers, a well-deserved summer break. I hope they have a safe summer, that they enjoy their break. School's going to start again. Shout out to the deputy city manager and our city attorney for risk management and bringing stuff so timely to us. Fernando, welcome back. Congratulations on the birth of your daughter. That's just great to hear about. Item 6 on the consent calendar tonight was about a survey for ADA and compliance issues. So the individuals that came up to the front to talk about their challenges with parking a van and getting wheelchairs out, that was definitely heard. Everybody that comes to the podium is heard. I see a lot of people on the council taking notes, and I just wanted to point them to item 6 on the consent calendar, where it looks like we're going to spend some money to get a survey done of the community's needs. The homeless task force presentation, Madam Mayor, you mentioned you could make that available. I would like to see that presentation.
Oh, the CalAIM?
Yeah, I'd like to see that and just kind of flip through that. The homeless issue is never going to go away. I think I read somewhere where the poor will always be among us, and I think the homeless as well. And then the last thing that I'd like to bring up is I was kind of wondering, I don't know why, I hope everything's okay with the CEO of our hospital, Mrs. Hefner. This is the second time that they were unable to present, I believe. There's a hospital safety grade called Leapfrog, and in 2022, the fall of 22 and the spring of 22, they do this grade twice a year. They were at a C. In 2021, both surveys they were a C. In 2020, they were Cs both time. And currently in the spring of 2023, it dropped to a D. 25 of about 260 hospitals rated are less than a C grade. So we're one of the 25 of 260 hospitals with less than a C grade. The viability of the organization, I'm sure is good, and I'm sure we'll hear about it. Just want to make sure that the residents in the district who are taxed for it, and the board is duly elected, that they're working well and working to improve these grades. The provision of quality care provided to the people in this district and the people that use the services are important to us. And we've had reports of hospitals failing and hospitals being challenged, needing some financial help. And I'm sure their Leapfrog grade will go from a D back to a C and maybe back up to a B or an A. But I would look forward to hearing from them. And maybe I'll just go to one of their board meetings and hear what they have to say there. That's all I have to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
Well, I got to say, this is like the the toughest $20 I've ever earned. I'm on empty right now. And to all of you, I appreciate your guys' sacrifices serving this community. It's not easy. Tonight, my Facebook post was brought in, and I had posted, Real Pride Month is officially here, happy 1st, with the American flag. July 4th, 1776, Declaration of Independence was signed, and we decided to separate from a tyrannical government. Many would claim that we need that spirit again today with what's going on in government. My morals are God, family, and country, and I'm going to stand by that. I wanted to congratulate Senator Shannon Grove on SB 14, human trafficking. This bill will include sex trafficking of minors in a list of crimes that are defined as serious under California law, making the crime a strike under the 3-strike law. And this also covers human trafficking, which is modern-day slavery. And it's sad that Assembly Public Safety Committee blocked this. And if you don't know Shannon Grove, she is a bulldog. She does not give up. She had bipartisan support in the Senate. She was able to get Governor Newsom to support her in this, and they brought it back. And this is a key in stopping human trafficking, which is a serious issue in California. There was many cities and counties that signed on in support. It's unfortunate to not see Porterville. Tulare County did so, but it's unfortunate to not see Porterville there in support of this bill. Hopefully in the future, we could unite in bills that protect our community. I wanted to make some awareness on AB 665. It emancipates a 12-year-old to decide if they want to leave their home and go into a residential shelter service without parental knowledge or access into state custody. And this goes for gender-affirming care, and where the state wants to step in and remove your child. And when you really think about this bill, if it passes, what's the difference in trafficking? Isn't our state trafficking this child? Can a child make a decision to smoke cigarettes at 12 years old? Can they buy alcohol? Can they get a tattoo? We find them not mentally capable of making that decision, but yet these extremists want to push us on our children. There's AB 957, forces judges to remove custody from the parents who does not affirm their child's gender identity during a family court custody dispute by making gender affirming and health, safety, welfare of the child, and thus determining family factors. Very scary bills that violate parental rights, and it's unconstitutional. We'll see what comes of it. Excuse me. Tonight, it was pretty cool to see these young ladies breaking records right here in the county that was held for 28 years, I believe I recall there, but just outstanding, really exciting to see that. To our chief and Sergeant Ochoa and the other police officer, 5 years, just amazing. You guys are the true heroes, you know, and fire as well. You look at like Captain America or Spider-Man, those are fairy tales. You guys are the heroes in our community, and I want to talk to an officer involved shooting June 23rd. That officer had to make a decision to protect his life, his partner's life, and also save the life of a woman that was shot like a dog. And it's a sad state, but truly you guys are the heroes in our community, and I thank you for that. Director Knight with the roads improvements in our community, we have heard it long before I became a council member, and you guys continue to make improvements in our city, and we are greatly thankful. Continue the great work. Just this staffing, the work that you guys have done, I'm just very pleased going into the mutual agreement, MOU with the tribe and the efforts and the great work that you guys do. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
So I also want to congratulate Fernando on your baby and your wife on your baby girl. And I know that we're cutting into is probably 2 or 3 hours a night of sleep. So I just want to say a couple things in recognition of our employees this evening. As already mentioned, but thank you, Chief, and the other officers that mentioned your wife and families, because I think doing that work or any of the public safety, you really rely on the support of your families. And I think just the reason for the people that listen to us and hear us acknowledge our departments and especially our public safety at times is because of we hear all these things that are going on, and then they're out in the public, but there's just so much that goes on. And as I was reading the employee that I had, and then as the mayor was reading off all the different positions you held and all the things that you've accomplished over the years, and I know we don't always like to hear that when people are talking about ourselves, but it's good for our community to hear all that experience. And really, like when you read each one, you realize like all the different aspects of involvement that you've had in all these heavy duty incidents. So I just want to thank you and your families for supporting. And then just, I really listened to the families here talking about the parking access, and I do think that would be a huge hindrance, especially if they're older and trying to find that. So I would like to just hear a little bit more about, that overall throughout the city. And I know it's something that we're looking into, even just as we update downtown and Main Street. With that, also want to acknowledge my mom. She just had her birthday yesterday. She turned 78, but we've been celebrating for probably a week now. So she'll probably score a couple more breakfasts and lunches with her grandkids. But just really grateful to still have my mom and have her be able to experience all the things that we're all working on and doing. And then, one thing, I hesitate to share this because I don't want it to be political, and it's not, but anytime there's a holiday or a significant date, there's always some sort of history that's really there. So I'm just going to mention this really quick, and it's just information for us all to take back. But yeah, 1776 was when the Declaration was signed, but it wasn't just a piece of history for us that we know and acknowledge, is that it wasn't for 140 years after that Indian people, the first peoples, became citizens. So we were the first people, but the last people to become citizens of the United States. So those are just things that, we love the country. We love our veterans, but there's just those things that we, know about during the different holidays and things. So just want to mention that. And then the last thing I'll leave with was I got to see an example today of our new Porterville community newsletter that's going to be digital. And I really love this because something that I've always tried to do when I, have been on the staffing side, is how do we get information out, and get it out quickly and in all throughout the community as quickly as possible. So I really like the format of this. A lot of good information, a lot of different links, and just all the, there's a little bit about the projects going on. And I think they're going to have where you can sign up to receive it digitally, or that, and just have it on the website. So I just want to share that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I've always supported public safety, but there's also a core of individuals behind it, And, for instance, the IT department. In other words, that is a strong unit of staff who help all the departments to be very proactive, to have the most upgrade technology and software and go along with the flow. Because one of the things that I have learned is if you don't have it, it really sets you behind in your job. So I have to commend, beyond the public safety, those individuals that work in all the departments that make things happen to be productive and effective so that anyone in a leadership position of work can get their jobs done very efficiently. On June 23rd, I participated on a panel. It was Women in Transportation. It was advancing women in the navigating in the transportation industry. It was a leadership panel. It was coordinated by TCAG, but with the recognition of International Women, their Engineering Day. Lisa Wallace of Four Creeks, who is a senior traffic and civil engineer, Ted Smalley, who's the TCAG director, Amy Shucklian, and I were asked to participate. The moderator was Gail Miller from Caltrans, retired deputy, and the TCAG associate planner. This was the first that they put together, and it was to encourage women to attract, sustain, connect, and advance women's careers, strengthening the transportation industry. The attendance was small, but it was strong. We were asked questions in no particular order, but to engage panel discussions from the participants as to what advice would we give people starting in transportation industry. What are some of the positive qualities that have helped you advance in your careers? What value do you place in the role of a mentor? Have you had mentors that have helped your professional growth and development? That question was assigned to me during the panel. That was given to me as far as to answer. And then what impact does gender have in this industry? What resources are available to support women's advancements in the transportation industry? All of these questions brought good discussion and engagement from those in attendance. You never know what the outcome will be when like place myself as a participant, you never know. So in this case, it was not about the number that was in attendance, but it was about who in the audience we reached. And I believe that they will continue the effort in the forthcoming year. On the 24th, on the day after, I dropped in at the housing fair, which was at Veterans Park, to support city staff. This effort had been coordinated by CSET as the lead agency. I want to say there were about 13 or 14 individual booths, the city, the college, lenders of all sorts, and I went to each station to thank them for being a part of the venue. They did bring a lot of information, and since I have been a council, I have attended all the housing fairs that have been done throughout the city. On June 26, I attended the International Agri-Center Interchange Project groundbreaking ceremony. This project finally came to fruition to construct the new interchange. This was one of the projects as TCAG that we carried the torch on the one of the One Voice trips in the ASCA funds. They anticipate the construction to begin in 2023 and in construction in 2025. The total cost for this project was $79.9 million, and the funding sources coming from different venues. Congressman Valadeo was there, retired Congressman Devin Nunes, the Caltrans director, the chairperson for the California Transportation Commission, etc. It was good. It was good to be a participant and to be a part of the actual groundbreaking. On July the 12th, Jason Ridenauer, Alita Verduzco, and I attended the Tulare Kings Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Ambassador Luncheon. On July the 14th, I want to say congratulations. I went to the Exchange Club installation of officers dinner that evening. Alex Larson was sworn in as the president, and Terry Romero's fiance, Richard Villarreal, was sworn in as the president-elect for that. Good luck to the people who were sworn in. And then yesterday, I attended the TCAG staff potluck. It was nice to have been invited to join them and have conversation with staff, to get to know them in a more relaxed setting. And I heard somebody say happy birthday to somebody. I just don't know whose birthday it is. Is he going to turn his camera on so I'll know? Are you there, Donnie, or did you go to sleep? Happy birthday, Donnie.
Happy birthday.
Look out. And Fernando, okay, Fernando, it's good to have you back. You look like you need some coffee? It looks like it looks like in the house there are a lot of people that need coffee. That concludes what I have to say, Mr. Lawless.
Yeah, I won't repeat, but appreciate and second many of the things the council said. I want to thank Donnie and Jake and Brian and all the team that comes together on Freedom Fest. Just another great event. It was very hot, and so we'll do an after action on that. But just always appreciate what a great coordinated effort is in making sure that 10,000 folks. It's the single largest event in Porterville, and this side of parades, I guess you would say, that keeps them safe and is an enjoyable time. You shared Donnie's birthday, but also coming up, I want to congratulate Jake on his 20 years, but he also has a birthday coming around the corner, as is Terry, who had a procedure earlier today and hope she's recovering well
Okay.
at home today. And just as a gentle reminder to the council, our next meeting is on August 1st, and it will begin at 3 p.m. We have National Night Out that will begin at 6 o'clock, followed with the K-Jug Summer Concert at 7 with
So
national
we'll be
talent.
out early, okay, guys?
Well,
We'll be out early. I'm looking at you guys. And we're not done. We have to go back into
Well,
closed session?
we were going to recommend that maybe we push those remaining items to the first items for the next closed session, so that we make sure we get them taken care of.
They
But
need to be
given the
taken
lateness
care
of the
of.
hour, we don't want
All
to keep
right,
staff
then we will
here.
not have to go back to closed session. It is,
As long as you guys are okay with that.
I'm okay with
Okay,
that.
all right.
I'm okay with that. I'll carry it over one more time. Okay, we'll be good. It's 11:05. This
Thank you.
meeting is adjourned.